Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The event will start in 1 minute. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. The event will start now. Ladies and gentlemen, as a reminder, please be seated. The event will start now. Good morning, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests and colleagues. Welcome to the Saudi South African Investment Forum of 2022, where knowledge and best practices will be exchanged to identify ways for both countries to collaborate towards achieving the objectives set by the Saudi Vision of 2030 and, of course, the South African objectives to a prosperous future. My name is Fatma Fahad, and it is a great pleasure for me and on behalf of the Saudi Ministry of Investment to welcome all members of the South African delegation to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Welcome to the land of opportunities. In a moment, we will be playing a short video highlighting the investment opportunities in both countries. So please give us your undivided attention and enjoy.
Imagine joint aspirations for our countries. South Africa, breathtaking, and offering wild landscapes and rich cultures. Saudi Arabia, opening infinite opportunities, moving forward in the realization of Vision 2030, combined with modernity and authenticity. Imagine shaping a common future. Together it has come true. The two nations meet in the quest for innovation and limitless success. We share our warm cultures, our authentic touristic destinations, while safeguarding our environments, all building happy and prosperous nations with the same inspiring goals. For better tomorrows.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear guests, before getting into our proceedings of the event, I would like to draw your attention to a few key points in today's forum. If you would be so kind as to look at the back of your badges, you will find a barcode. Please go ahead and scan it. This barcode will enable you to view today's agenda. You will have access to useful and helpful material regarding Invest Saudi. But the best part is that you will be able to communicate, network, and reach out to one another through that barcode. That being said, throughout today's forum, we will have the opportunity to explore together and through two thorough presentations the exciting investment opportunities both countries has to offer. We will then look and have a closer look at the bright future for both countries through 4 discussion panels with well-experienced, well-informed speakers with excellent intake into the industry. We will also be witnessing the exciting progress in the bilateral relationship between the two countries through the exchange of investment agreements. There will be around 11 investment agreements exchanged today with amazing and important numbers. After that, and before we end our day, we will have the honor of the presence of the President of the Republic of South Africa, His Excellency Cyril Ramaphosa, joining us as well. Exciting endeavors, exciting segments for today, so please stay tuned. Now, without further ado, and getting back to the proceedings of our event, I would like to call His Excellency, the Saudi Minister of Investment, for his opening remarks, His Excellency Khalid Al-Falih.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله والصلاة والسلام على رسول الله. Your Excellency Ibrahim Patel, Minister of Trade, Industry and Competition, of the Republic of South Africa, Your Excellency Gwede Mantashe, Minister of Mineral Resources of South Africa, Your Excellency Bandar Al-Khraif, Minister of Industry and Mineral Resources of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and Chair, you and Excellency Ibrahim Patel, of course, co-chair the important Saudi-South African Joint Commission. Other excellencies present in the room, ladies and gentlemen, leaders and captains of business and industry from the two great nations, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and South Africa. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh, and a very good morning to each and every one of you. It is a distinct pleasure and honor for me personally and my colleagues from the Ministry of Investment to welcome you all here today, and I wish to extend a special welcome to our distinguished guests from South Africa, to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and specifically to the great city of Jeddah, as we celebrate the official state visit of the Honorable President Cyril Ramaphosa to the Kingdom. And this is, of course, as we all know, not his first visit to our nation. For a long time now, the people of the Kingdom have been looking with great interest to the Republic of South Africa, and it is well documented that our people-to-people relations extend back many hundreds of years. And in fact, last night while we were having our social dinner, we were introduced to some families that live here in Jeddah and Mecca that trace their roots to South Africa dating back over 250 years. And when it comes to modern bilateral relations between our two nations, we know that they're almost 3 decades in the making. The election in 1994 of President Nelson Mandela, the beacon of modern South Africa, effectively ended apartheid and ushered in a new era of all-inclusive reconciliation, equality, and prosperity, while setting a good example for all peoples around the world. And Saudi Arabia was one of the first countries he visited. And less than a month after Mr. Mandela was sworn in as the president, the governments of Saudi Arabia and South Africa established diplomatic relations. Diplomatic relations which have initiated a bond that has only strengthened and deepened since then, and on all fronts, including bilateral trade and investment. Today, ladies and gentlemen, we jointly strive to unlock the great potential of our two countries and explore the vast merits of working even closer together. Our nations share many traits. The Kingdom is by far the largest economy in the Middle East and in the Arab world, and holds a leading political and economic leadership position in the region. And the size of our economy is predicted to surpass $1 trillion this year as we grow at the fastest rate among the G20 economies. Saudi Arabia is also strategically located, connecting 3 continents, and home to a 1,200-kilometer-long coastline along the Red Sea, through which some 15% of world's trade travels. An integral part of the Kingdom's economic transformation, underpinned by our North Star, Vision 2030, is the complete overhaul of all aspects of our investment climate to ensure it is truly best in class, most importantly in terms of regulations related to ownership and investment protection. In a similar fashion, we believe that South Africa is a most important partner to the kingdom. South Africa is the first or the second largest economy in Africa, depending on what data source you access, and the most diverse and technologically advanced economy on the African continent, with great market potential, well-developed infrastructure, and a competitive private sector. South Africa's geographic location makes it an ideal hub for access to sub-Saharan Africa, particularly as the African Continental Free Trade Area comes into effect. This agreement encompasses 1.3 billion people and 3.4 trillion US dollar in GDP, and is expected to boost trade by 52% this year alone, as well as generate around 450 billion US dollars in income by 2035, thereby pulling tens of millions of people out of poverty, but importantly to you, creating tremendous opportunities. These circumstances present an invaluable opportunity to strengthen our cooperation, which can be seen as an exceptional South-to-South exchange, especially given the timing with the world undergoing tremendous shifts and challenges, be it in terms of geopolitical tension, record high inflation, and a looming global recession, in addition, of course, to climate, health, and energy-related crises. In response to these pressing issues, there are many opportunities ahead of us, but only if we undertake initiatives that can capture them. Initiatives like creating improved resiliency of supply chains, initiatives that can drive investment in advanced healthcare systems and pandemic control mechanisms, and initiatives that can contribute to the development of key emerging sectors like new forms of energy, digitalization, biotech, amongst others. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, our bilateral trade is relatively healthy and has increased from 4.6 billion US dollars in 2019 to around 4.8 billion last year, with a trajectory to increase to 5.3 billion in 2022. Although these indicators are pointing in the right direction, they make it unequivocally obvious that we are both currently punching way below our weight. It can be boosted to much higher levels if we work on establishing effective trade and logistic enablers, which we will. And I believe both governments are taking the right steps to do just that. And just before we came in, I was talking to His Excellency Ibrahim Patel and talking about the urgent need to establish more and more direct flights as the simplest example of connectivity. And of course, maritime connections and direct shipping lines between the Kingdom and South Africa are so much needed, and I believe so much profitable for shipping companies. But the governments need to do what we can to induce them to happen. Ladies and gentlemen, despite what I have mentioned in terms of the historic people-to-people ties, the great political alignment between our leadership, His Majesty the King, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, the Honorable President who is with us today and will grace us with his presence in this forum in a few hours, I believe that the best days for our two nations are still ahead of us, and they're going to be powered by what we do together as business communities and as executive arms of our governments to realize the vision and the objectives of our leaders. And I want to recognize that we have done many steps in that direction, led by their excellencies who are with us in the forum today. So this month we have opened a new chapter in our commercial and investment relations, coinciding with the 9th session of the South Africa-Saudi Arabia Joint Economic Commission in Pretoria 2 weeks ago, which was led, as I mentioned, by His Excellency Bandar al-Khrayef and His Excellency Ibrahim Patel. The first South Africa-Saudi Arabian Joint Business Council was also announced, and we have the heads of the council with us today. I am confident that the new Joint Business Council, which represents the private sector from both sides, will complement the diligent work undertaken by their colleagues on the government side through the Economic Joint Commission and help to significantly boost our trade and investment while we navigate the choppy waters of the current global economy. We can do this by focusing on several priority sectors that we ought to work on together and that are, as mentioned by Fatima in the beginning, going to constitute the material that will be shared and exchanged during today's business forum. So I will try to briefly go through these sectors for you to hear my perspective. The first sector of importance to both our nations is energy, which is experiencing turmoil due to the massive energy transition our global community is undergoing. In this turbulence, Saudi Arabia represents the best, in my opinion, of all worlds. We can offer a stable supply of oil, but increasingly also cleaner electricity generation, in addition to renewable and green energy, including hydrogen, as we are looking to become the world's largest hydrogen supplier and reach 50% renewable energy target by 2035. The Kingdom is also working to significantly upscale solar production here in the Kingdom, which includes developing our technological know-how in solar PV production. We realize that South Africa has an important energy demand, specifically solar, which we believe many Saudi businesses present with us in the forum today are only eager to participate in meeting. I also understand South Africa is equally pursuing ambitious hydrogen strategies, seeking to produce 15 gigawatt of power stemming from hydrogen by 2040, and diversifying your energy mix away from coal and liquids and eventually transitioning to a net zero economy. The Kingdom can and should be your key partner to achieve this, as the majority of our investment in South Africa are in the renewable energy sector today through Aqua Power, which have already started production, and as I mentioned, as many other Saudi companies are pivoting to become global producers of renewables. The second sector of importance is mining, and both our countries place a special importance on this sector. On our side, this has been highlighted by a number of initiatives led by His Excellency Bandar al-Khrayef and His Excellency the Vice Minister for Mining, Khalid al-Mdefer, who will address you shortly. These include the establishment of a national geological database led here in Jeddah by the Saudi Geologic Survey, and for those from the mining sector, I hope you will have an opportunity to meet with the SGS and learn about the great work they are doing. Also, the establishment of a mining strategy and a mining law, which is already into effect, the establishment of a mining fund that is available to support the sector, streamlining the procedure for the mining licenses, and introducing financial incentives for investors in addition to the fund I just mentioned. And of course, a big signal for our commitment to mining was last year's, earlier this year in January, the launching for the first time of a global conference for mining here in Riyadh, the Future Mining Forum. South Africa obviously also enjoys abundant mineral resources, being the world's largest producer of chromium, manganese, PGMs, and vanadium. South Africa additionally represents the second largest producer of titanium ore, and the third largest coal exporter in the world. Therefore, minerals represent specific opportunities where we can step up our collaboration, including in the joint development of various value chains and specialty chemicals and so forth. And last night, with His Excellency Minister Patel, we also talked about potential joint collaboration for EV batteries, drawing on our respective mineral resources, as well as accessing third countries where our two private sectors have access and relationships. The third sector is agriculture and processing, as food security becomes a pressing global challenge. Last year, agriculture, combined with the global food and beverage manufacturing and marketing market, was worth close to $10 trillion. The Kingdom is challenging the status quo of this sector in several ways, including by opening up new financing mechanisms, revenue pooling structures, and equity funds for suppliers. South Africa, on the other hand, has huge potential in all aspects of agriculture and food, whether it's meat, poultry, fisheries, fruits and vegetables, and certain grains. And I believe that South Africa's potential is way underutilized in the sector, given the abundance of land, water, and skilled labor that is available. The fourth area I would like to focus on is manufacturing and its various aspects. If we take, for example, automotive, South Africa is ranked the 24th most important vehicle manufacturer in the world, accounting for 2/3 of Africa's total market. Meanwhile, Saudi Arabia is set to unlock the automotive sector and become a regional manufacturing hub for the green economy, something we have come closer to realizing with breaking ground on Lucid's first manufacturing facility outside the United States. And we would love to cooperate with the South African industry, automotive industry, in the supply chains, EV batteries, as I mentioned, as well as potentially some OEMs cooperating with us here in Saudi Arabia and finding the right complementarity between our two industrial and manufacturing sectors. Other manufacturing areas like defense industries and aerospace are also promising areas of cooperation, and I believe some of that has already started, and we have many of the key players with us in this forum. Next sector is probably the most exciting and the one that brings smiles to every Saudi when you talk about it, is tourism, which is a sector which is projected to return to globally to pre-pandemic levels next year and grow at a rate that will outpace GDP growth and create 126 new million jobs that are very much required and needed both in South Africa and Saudi Arabia. South Africa's tourism sector already accounts for about 740,000 direct and more than more than 1.5 million indirect jobs. And in Saudi Arabia, we're adopting a whole range of new initiatives in this field, targeting a contribution of 10 to 15% to our GDP and to attract 100 million visits by 2030, as we also create 1 million direct and indirect jobs in the sector. So tourism has also evolved globally and in both countries in important ways over the past years, with a greater focus on sustainability, not only from the perspective of governments and destinations, but also from the perspective of travelers who are eager to support conservation efforts while still being able to observe wildlife. Tourists are looking for more exotic, experiential, natural environments. Many of them I have experienced personally in South Africa. And I'm proud that Saudi Arabia can also compete with South Africa and complement South Africa in the variety of the destination that will provide those experiential, natural, ecologically friendly environment. And we have the leaders of some of those touristic destinations from Saudi Arabia and South Africa with us in the forum today. Last sector I want to touch on, and of course this is not inclusive, is ICT, where the Republic of South Africa is host to an impressive data and technology-driven sector, which is driving the productivity and competitiveness of the entire economy. The sector is centered around the Western Cape and Cape Town, and this market is driven by a thriving startup and VC sector that has spawned the entire continent's growth in this area and has generated Africa's largest tech company, Naspers. Saudi Arabia, of course, is also quite advanced when it comes to tech. According to the World Economic Forum, the kingdom ranks second globally in digital competitiveness and commitment to innovation and entrepreneurship. And our ambition is to transform our country into a globally competitive ICT and cloud hub, serving not only the kingdom and its large market, but the wider region. We greatly welcome establishing joint data and skills partnerships with our capable friends in South Africa, and we have many initiatives that would catalyze cooperation in this evolving and fastly growing technology field. Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, before I conclude, let me mention a couple of things. First, I'm certain that I have only scratched the surface in terms of the great potential that lay ahead of us. I hope you will be able to see from the Invest Saudi presentation, which will follow shortly, the opportunities in the kingdom are endless and unprecedented, and I urge all of us from both sides to partner together to realize them. Second, I am certain that this visit by the Honorable President and his large delegation will be the starting point of a new, exciting, and more ambitious direction in this endeavor to realize the great potential. And as I mentioned earlier, South Africa is a key partner for the kingdom, presenting not only a great large market and a G20 economy, but also an important access point to the African continent, while Saudi Arabia is a crucial gateway to the wider Middle East and a critical link between East and West for our South African investor. I also want to draw your attention to the next large opportunity for networking, partnering, and collaboration, which is the upcoming Future Investment Initiative, FII, which the Kingdom will organize in 10 days in Riyadh. An important opportunities for the private sector from South Africa to attend and participate in, as well as those from the mining sector. I would urge you also to take note of the Future Minerals Forum, which will take place on January 23, 2023, in a few months. And these are just two of the many events that are taking place here in the Kingdom that offer networking opportunity and deal making with our thriving and ambitious private sector. So again, it's a great 2 days ahead of us. We're excited to sit here and listen to the deliberations between the two private sectors through the panels that will follow the two short presentations. Very, very excited to listen to the President in the afternoon addressing us and telling us what his ambitions, and to the summit meetings that, of course, will take place thereafter today and more activities tomorrow. So as I am about to hand to His Excellency Ibrahim Batel, I wish all of us here from the public and private sector, especially from the private sector, a productive forum between the two great communities of business leaders from Saudi Arabia and South Africa, and I thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Over $1 billion in total stock of Saudi investment in South Africa, and over $40 million of total stock from South Africa into Saudi Arabia. Promising numbers, ladies and gentlemen, but from His Excellency's remarks, it seems that the best is yet to come. So, to hear, please put your hands together and welcome on stage the Minister of Trade, Industry and Competition, His Excellency Ibrahim Batel.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Greetings, Excellencies and dear friends. Your Excellency and our host Khalid Al-Faleh, the Minister of Investment of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, Your Excellency Bandar bin Ibrahim Al-Khuraif, Minister of Mines and Industry, who co-chairs the Joint Economic Commission with me, Minister Gwede Mantashe, the Minister of Mineral Resources and Energy of the Republic of South Africa, Minister Toko Didiza, the Minister of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development of South Africa, Excellencies Khalid Al-Mudayif, the Deputy Minister of Minerals, and Badr Al-Badr, the Deputy Minister of Investment, Ambassador Sultan Al-Angari, Ambassador of South Africa, Mokgobo Magabe, business executives from Saudi Arabia and from South Africa, ladies and gentlemen, friends, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Good morning, Sanibonani, Dumelang. I'm delighted to be here today at this event that brings together more than 100 South African business representatives with some of the largest Saudi businesses and some of the more significant leaders within the Saudi business community. Some of the South African business people have landed this morning and have joined us, and we particularly look forward to their participation in the event. Just 1 week ago, we launched the Saudi South African Business Council in Pretoria with my good friend and Excellency Bandar Al Khuraif and I met with a team of people that will be representing the broader business community of the two countries. And I'd like to welcome the members of the South African part of the Business Council, led by Dr. Stavros Nikolai, and it includes a number of prominent business leaders, Gloria Serobi, Nizam Kala, and many, many others who are here today. The South African representatives come from a diverse range of sectors, from food to pharmaceuticals, to ICT, petrochemicals, defense, mining technologies, healthcare, and the entertainment industries. This beautiful port city of Jeddah symbolizes trade through the centuries. And trade is one part of our relationship. Trade currently stands at about $5 billion once we add items such as gold and oil to the published country trade data. The main exports by South Africa is gold, a wide range of fruits, 2 major metal products, titanium and manganese, and of course, increasingly automobiles. South Africa's imports from Saudi Arabia are overwhelmingly dominated by petroleum and petroleum chemical byproducts. But recently we've seen a significant increase in fertilizers as an additional important import. Ladies and gentlemen, we want to focus on improving trade and investment links so that we can step up the relationship. My dear colleague, His Excellency Khalid Al-Falih, has set out the case so clearly and so eloquently. Saudi Arabia has a trade surplus with South Africa due to the large oil exports. And we're looking to see how we can strengthen the trade balance with greater manufactured and food product exports both to the Saudi market, but also using Saudi Arabia as the base for exports to the rest of the Middle East. I have today many Saudi business people, some who I met yesterday. And I'd like to put to you the strong value proposition that South Africa has for investors from many different parts of the world. You may know us as a producer of food. And Minister Toko Didiza, the Minister of Agriculture, helps to feed not only the South African nation with the products from her farms and her factories and so on, but also many other parts of the world. We're currently the second largest citrus fruit exporter in the world and a major supplier to global markets of avocados and nuts and apples and grapes and apricots and peaches, among many different varieties of fruit. We supply a range of fruit juices and we have a unique tea called rooibos. It's now available in supermarkets here in Jeddah. And in the hot Saudi weather, it will cool your throats like nothing else. And I have tasted and I'm falling in love with Saudi coffee. And with each coffee, we'd like to offer you a little bit of South African rooibos. To tease my good friend, Minister Bandar Al Khuraif, I was cheeky when he visited South Africa and I gave him a portion of South African grown dates. And I told him it's like trying to sell oil to Saudi Arabia. But he forgave me when I said you can mix those lovely dates with South African macadamia nuts. And I'd like to note that South Africa is the largest supplier of macadamia nuts to Saudi markets, accounting for 50% of the Saudi import of the product. South African lamb and beef has had a history with a large Muslim consumer market in South Africa, with a history of Muslims in South Africa stretching to more than 350 years. And indeed, South Africa is an exporter of meat to a number of countries in the global halal market, including Malaysia, the United Arab Emirates, and many, many others. We can do more in the Saudi market. And we hope to finalize protocols so that Saudi consumers are not deprived. They are not deprived of the delicious steaks and lamb chops from South Africa. And to tantalize your taste buds, we will have a display of spiced, dried meats available during the lunch break. The Saudi market can benefit from the food production capacity of South Africa, assisting with your needs to diversify food supplies in an unpredictable world, opening up new trade and investment links. But South Africa is more than a food producer. Last year, the Ford Motor Company invested $1 billion to double the size of the auto production plant in South Africa. The decision led in turn to many new suppliers locating themselves in the ecosystem around the large factory expansion. In October last year, we produced the first Toyota Corolla Cross, the first hybrid vehicle produced at commercial scale on the African continent. And last year, Mercedes-Benz rolled the new C-Class vehicle off their production line, one of only 3 locations globally where it's produced. The other 2 locations are Bremen in Germany and Beijing in China. Aspen, a South African pharmaceutical company with global operations, have been producing the J&J vaccine in South Africa. And recently, it launched Africa's first production of an anesthetic used in operations in hospitals that will now be exported across the world. BioVac, another South African company, is producing the Pfizer vaccine, and Afrigen is developing an mRNA-based vaccine, while local firms have produced PCR testing kits and ventilators used in emergency units in hospitals during the COVID period. I raise these examples, dear friends, ladies and gentlemen, to show the capabilities in the South African market, ranging from advanced manufacturing to industrial innovation. To scale these up, we can look to investment partnerships with Saudi businesses. And I will be finalizing discussions with my counterpart on what more we can do to build on the idea of a joint investment fund that we are looking at. But private sector investment is going to be the key driver. Our services sectors have enormous strengths. South Africa is a large sector of firms active in entertainment. I've just met one of the people who worked on the development of a major entertainment hub in South Africa called Sun City. And for those who visit South Africa, you will find the scale of our ambition to be high. We do filmmaking, we do sport hosting. As you know, we hosted the 2010 Football World Cup. And as the delegation may know, the luxurious Burj Al Arab Hotel in Dubai was built by Murray & Roberts, a South African construction company. As you consider the development of new Saudi cities and the expansion of your tertiary, your entertainment, and your sport businesses, there are South African companies who can be joint venture partners in Saudi Arabia. We have become a location of choice for top-ranked Hollywood and local movies, with local studios and producing companies that can provide film and entertainment services in the Saudi market. We call it telling our story. We telling our story. It's what we do in South Africa. It's what we can partner in Saudi Arabia. We have some of the strongest mining companies with experience across a wide range of minerals and geological types, with production of significant technologies and expertise used in mining companies across the world. My dear friend and colleague, Minister Gwede Mantashe, is here with us, and he will point to the fact that Western deep-level mines at almost 4 kilometers is the deepest in the world, highlighting the engineering expertise that we have in mining and related sectors. South African company Bell Equipment is a global supplier of yellow metal trucks and dumpsters. Given Saudi Arabia's own ambitions in mining, there are opportunities for stronger partnerships across that value chain, from mining services to technologies and equipment. Partnership opportunities exist in the proprietary petrochemical technologies that Sasol has, as well as renewable energy, desalination technologies, telecommunications, and rail technologies. Under the leadership of my colleague, Minister Gwede Mantashe, we will be procuring close to 7,000 megawatts of solar and wind energy shortly, and this will expand significantly in future. We're finalizing work on green hydrogen projects, and in these projects, we'll have an exchange of technical expertise and experience between ourselves and Saudi Arabia. The chairperson of our commercialization panel on green hydrogen is here today, Ms. Joanne Bate from the Industrial Development Corporation. Using our auto production base, but also the fact that we have key energy storage minerals, we seek to build platforms for the production of electric vehicles, of significant battery storage capabilities, and other critical technologies and components that will be driving the vehicles of the future, including the use of fuel cell technologies for the larger vehicles used in the mines and in public transport. I've spoken about South African industrial capabilities, but I should also point to the opportunities which await Saudi businesses when they invest in South Africa, the ability to reach other markets. South Africa has a free trade deal with the European Union and with the United Kingdom. We have duty-free access for a large number of products to the United States. And we are busy completing an African continental free trade area. We call it the AFCFTA. And so when you invest in South Africa, you're able to access significantly more than the 60 million consumer market. Saudi investment in South Africa is concentrated now in renewable energy, in business services, and in the communications sector. And they include Aqua International, and discussions are underway to see how we can strengthen this. And I look forward to the witnessing later of agreements that will be signed between South African and Saudi firms. His Excellency President Ramaphosa will be addressing this business forum to conclude it in the early afternoon. And a few years ago, he set us the target of increasing investment in South Africa. And over the past 4 years, investors have pledged about 65 billion rand in fresh investment at 4 annual South African investment conferences. And a number of these pledges have come from foreign investors. They do so because they're confident about the South African legal system, about the security of the investment. And these investors include those from the United States, from China, from a number of European Union members, India, the United Kingdom, countries in Latin America, and of course, in the Middle East. To sum up, South Africa is already the largest supplier of mandarins and lemons and pears to Saudi Arabia, but the scope for increased exports is vast, given the size of the market. There are many products, including cars and fruit and sugar and meat and paper and industrial chemicals and mining equipment, but also services in construction and mining and entertainment and ICT. We can buy more fertilizer products. In fact, we can partner because we too are a producer of fertilizers. We can buy derivatives of petroleum products, and we see an opportunity for significant new investment from Saudi Arabia in a number of South African value chains, in manufacturing, in hotels, in entertainment, working through joint ventures with local partners to open up opportunities in third countries too. We're both gateway and platform economies. Saudi Arabia to the Middle Eastern market, South Africa to sub-Saharan African markets. I'd like to conclude by saying for the delegation of business people, we hope you have a fruitful exchange with your counterparts, get to know them better as you will be building long-term relationships. Excellency Khalid Al-Falih put it so well when he said that the best days of our relationship is still ahead of us. And so today we will be signing close to 20 MOUs and agreements at different platforms. And these lay the basis to opening the door for the two private sectors. I hope you will visit South Africa. My two colleagues have both visited South Africa, and Excellency Al-Falih told me he had spent more than just a little bit of time visiting conference facilities and hotels. He's also seen a little bit of the country. You should too. From the sandy beaches along our coastlines to the spectacular view of two oceans that meet, and you can see that from the top of Table Mountain in Cape Town, to the game reserves where you will find wild animals, not in a zoo, but in their natural habitat, or the cultural riches of our music, or you can visit one of the large science projects, the Square Kilometre Array, constructing what will be the largest radio telescope in the world. Taste our food, including our beef, cooked on an open fire, or dried in the sun, or served in a steakhouse. Watch our movies that tell the South African story and dance along to our music, and bring your families with you. So I'd really like to say, I look forward to the hand of cooperation and partnership that we see stretched out to us. We stretch our hand back, and so much can be done in this relationship. I thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. We look forward to visit South Africa, and we are glad that you fell in love with the Saudi coffee. However, all that talk about steak and beef and lamb chops has gotten us all hungry. Now, without further ado, and before we conclude our opening segment, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome on stage with me the Saudi Vice Minister at the Ministry of Industry and Mineral Resources, His Excellency Khalid Al-Mdafer.
Bismillah. Salatu wassalamu ala Rasulullah. Your Excellencies, esteemed members from the world of business of South Africa and Saudi Arabia, ladies and gentlemen, it really is a pleasure and an honor to be here with you today at this special event. Already we have heard important and clear messages from His Excellency Ibrahim Batil and from His Excellency Khalid Al-Falih about why our two countries should seek to develop closer investments, business and trade links. Ladies and gentlemen, throughout history, the world has relied on minerals and metal to build, industrialize, develop, and achieve technological advancements beyond the imagination. That remains true to this day. However, minerals and metal have a new and fundamental role to play. As you all know, without minerals, it will not be possible to decarbonize global energy and industry. And there are two challenges to address. First, to produce enough minerals and metal to achieve the goals set out in the 2018 Paris Agreement. Second, for societies to allow these minerals and metal to be extracted. Saudi Arabia and South Africa, and by extension, the minerals-rich region from the Cape of Good Hope to the steppes of Central Asia, have a pivotal role to play in producing the minerals the world would need, while doing so in a way that places people at the center of consideration. Collaboration in finding solutions is the way forward, with a focus on improving people's lives through developments, producing the minerals and matter required to tackle climate change, creating, refining, and processing hubs for green metals, providing cheap and reliable renewable energy supply, with hydrogen playing a key role, leveraging our capital, markets, and strategic geographic locations, raising awareness of the challenges and opportunities this new age of minerals represent through genuine dialogue with stakeholders. These are not insurmountable challenges, and our two countries have experience to build on. Saudi Arabia and South Africa have shared history of developing our economies from extraction and commercialization of our resource endowments. Saudi Arabia is the world's largest oil producer and additionally has a mineral endowments estimated at $1.3 trillion. And South Africa is the largest producer of many metals, including platinum group metals, and has mineral endowments of more than $2.3 trillion US. Our oil and our minerals have been managed to develop value chains that have created jobs and driven innovations. Nevertheless, Saudi Arabia is relatively new to mining. Compared to South Africa, long history in mineral extraction and your wealth of expertise in that area. However, our deep experience with oil and petrochemicals provide opportunities to learn from each other and to collaborate. Learning and cooperation not only in areas such as exploration, technology, and operations, but also other areas such as developing value in the product and businesses areas adjacent to mineral processing. Saudi Arabia and South Africa have minerals and metals as a key pillar of our respective national growth and transformation plans. We are both also strategic gateways. In our case, where East meets West, giving access to European and Asian countries. And in your case, as the entry of Southern Africa and the link between the Americas and the Indo-Pacific. We both have a large, young, talented, and ambitious population, and we both have domestic, regional, and global markets that want to buy our products at a time when supply, energy, and food chains are being severely disrupted around the world. Meantime, the amount of metal needed in the next 10, 20, 30 years will be unprecedented, driven by the energy transition and the strategic industrial sectors such as renewable, electric vehicles, military, and aerospace. In this year, we in Saudi Arabia have almost doubled the number of exploration licenses compared to 2021 and issued triple the number of quarries licenses. The first licensing round was concluded last month via transparent and competitive process. We are undergoing the second licensing round now and launching 15 other locations. With all these mining activities, the sector will require more drilling, more laboratories, more construction, more machineries, more technical consultancies, all of which are abundant in South Africa at a world-class standard with high capacities. We aim to create a world-class mining ecosystem in the kingdom, and we see South Africa as a great fit to partner with us in this regard. Saudi Arabia itself is also becoming a major consumer of steel, aluminium, copper, and other metals to deliver our industrialization targets and our mega infrastructure projects, which have a combined value of over $1 trillion. It is within this context that Saudi Arabia has defined practical ambitions based on solid advantages. These include developing green steel and green mineral projects, integrated with our hydrogen plants built by companies such as the Saudi Aqua Power, one of the world's largest and most environmentally responsible companies. Our energy mix is continuously increasing the share of cleaner natural gas, solar and wind farms, and soon hydrogen, which collectively will account for 50% of our power supply. Customers will soon be requiring that we provide minerals on a green basis, which is why Saudi Arabia is already well on the way to becoming a global supplier of hydrogen and a highly competitive green metal manufacturing hub, in addition to being a leading supplier of carbon capture and storage technology and services. We will also both benefit from jointly developing the skills our young people need to take up the many jobs to be created from minerals and metal industries, and from jointly financing the development of the entire value chain from exploration to manufacturing, and from leveraging our large capital base and boost investment in exploration, mine development, processing, refining, and manufacturing. Our two countries have a unique opportunity to work together to supply the minerals and metal the world needs to decarbonize, and this means more development, green metal hubs, the creation of adjacent industries, and thousands of new jobs. We can do this profitably by working together at the public and private level to invest in mining, mineral processing, mining and mineral services in our two countries, and also across the wider region of Africa, Western and Central Asia. Now is the time to engage in a genuine and deep conversation on maximizing the benefit from our collective mineral endowments and to establish minerals and metal value chain that have local communities at their heart and ultimately increase the quality of lives around mining operations. Because mining and minerals resources are so important to the world, we are hosting the Future Minerals Forum in Riyadh in January 2023. The Future Minerals Forum is where governments and other stakeholders from Africa, Western and Central Asia, and the rest of the world come together with a clear purpose: to enable the development of responsible mineral and metal industries in the region by attracting investment, deploying digital and advanced technologies, and applying high standards in sustainability performance. To place the region in the center of global conversation on the future supply of critical and strategic minerals. We invite South Africa to join us in the Future Minerals Forum to fortify and cement all these areas of collaboration, a forum that caters the latest mining sector needs and ensure the right conversation with the right people. It would be a marvelous opportunity for your companies to share their experience and to hear from others. South Africa and Saudi Arabia have the minerals, the expertise, the talented people, the capital, and the companies to make the great future happen together. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for your well-said word. As Your Excellencies concluded their well-said remarks, we will now showcase, as promised, the first presentation for today, exploring the exciting investment opportunities both countries has to offer. We will start with a presentation titled Invest Saudi, shedding light on giga projects and much, much more. So please welcome on stage Mr. Mohammed Al-Ohali from the Saudi Ministry of Investment.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, estimated guests and colleagues, it's a privilege to have you here all today and to give you a glimpse into Invest Saudi and the vast opportunities that the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia has to offer. I would like to start by saying Saudi Arabia has opened. Now we are welcoming visitors, investors, businesses to set up into a Saudi unexplored and a truly Saudi unexpected. With the launch of Vision 2030 in 2016, the Kingdom has set on a path on ambitious transformation in culture, economic, and social aspects. Vision 2030 seeks to place Saudi Arabia's economy as the 15th largest in the globe. And to achieve this, there have been many initiatives already underway, aimed to diversify the economy and improve productivity. The Kingdom's economy is now essentially transforming from an economy that was state-led to an economy that's private sector-led, and from being oil-driven to productivity-driven. The transformation by Vision 2030 has set ambitious targets for the Kingdom based on three main pillars: vibrant society, thriving economy, and ambitious nation. Of those targets is to increase the FDI to 5.7% of the GDP by 2030, up from only 1.3 in the benchmark year in 2016, and to generate 267 billion of non-oil governmental revenues, up from 43 in the same benchmark year, and to target 2 trillion of public investment funds assets under management, up from only 160 billion in the same benchmark year. What did we achieve? Those were the targets. 2.3 is the FDI percentage in 2021. 170 billion of non-oil government revenues generated in 2021. And moreover, 620 billion of public investment fund assets under management have been achieved in the first quarter only of 2022. Vision 2030 is backed by a national investment strategy, a strategy launched by His Royal Highness Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman that aims to develop a strong, diversify investment opportunities and by unlocking sectors and effective governance, and as well identifying investment opportunities across the economy. It will also remove the bureaucratic and the fiscal, financial barriers to investment to create an attractive and competitive investment environment for global and domestic investors. Having said so, the Kingdom National Investment Strategy aims to increase investment in the Kingdom, reaching a cumulative of investments of more than $3.2 trillion from 2021 to year 2030. Some of those NIS targets includes 3 times increasing the investment volume, double the overall domestic investment component of gross fixed capital, and 20 times more increase in the FDI to reach 5.7 of the GDP by 2030. This brings us to why are businesses choosing Saudi Arabia. Vision 2030 has created a game-changing opportunities, from privatization programs to the localization of the value chain, and as well as a world-class giga and mega projects. The scope of those investments opportunities covers all the kingdom to show that the country has a geographical benefit. Our giga and mega projects have set out to be some of the world's most ambitious and impressive projects in the world, and we offer a world class of opportunity for our investors. Let's have a look at some of those opportunities and giga projects happening in the kingdom. NEOM, an accelerator of human progress, 26,000 kilometers, 100% renewable energy. The Line, the revolution of urban living, more than 380,000 jobs created by 2030, 100% again renewable energy, and 48 billion is the estimated GDP contribution by 2030. Oxygon, a reimagined industrial area, an industrial area powered by 100% clean energy in 7 key industries with more than 90,000 residents by year 2030. The Red Sea Project, an ultra-luxury resort destination, 28,000 kilometers. Again, we're targeting to reach 22 islands developed and 6 inland sites and 48 hotels. Qiddiya, the capital of entertainment, sports and arts. Amala, the Riviera of the Middle East, 4,155 kilometers, and again, a zero carbon footprint. Al-Ula, one of the greatest undiscovered wonders of the world. 32 billion is the contribution to Saudi GDP by 2035, 38 jobs by the end of 2035. Those are some examples of the projects happening around the kingdom. Moreover, Saudi is a home of the 90th largest economy in the world, the largest in the Middle East and North Africa. The kingdom has a strong, resilient G20 economy, positioned as the 7th largest foreign asset, the 2nd lowest debt to GDP ratio among the G20 countries, the 7th largest GDP per capita in the G20 countries, and more targets have been achieved. Another reason why businesses are choosing Saudi: easy access to 3 continents, a few hours from more than 50 of the fast-growing economies around the world are less than 4 hours, and 40% of the largest economies are less than 6 hours far from the kingdom. This is all supported by an interconnected logistics network. We have more than 28 airports, 14 of those are international, 10 seaports, which are operating and processing more than 13 million containers per year, which gives Saudi Arabia the largest maritime network in the Middle East, and 40 industrial areas around the kingdom. Additionally, digital infrastructure is also important to attract investors to Saudi. 95% is the internet usage penetration in Saudi Arabia, which is one of the highest around the world. Saudi Arabia is placed the 3rd of the highest 5G network. Riyadh, the capital of the kingdom, is ranked the 3rd smartest city among the capitals of G20. And when it comes to sustainability, Saudi Arabia Green Initiative, the initiative that addresses to plant 10 billion trees around the kingdom and to make more than 30% of the land of Saudi Arabia as a protected land. This initiative is responsible for reaching a net zero emission by 2060. Talking about environment, business environment is important too. 600 pro-business reforms and streamlining for regulations have been done. 80% of those reforms have been already implemented, and because of that, Saudi Arabia was listed among the top business climate reforms and improvers globally by the World Bank. Some of those business reforms, you need only 24 hours now to get a visa with no invitation required. Customs used to take 2 weeks in a median. Now it takes less than 1 day with only 2 documents needed. And most important, 100% ownership for foreign investors in most of the sectors in Saudi Arabia. Finally, how investors can access those opportunities in Saudi Arabia. One of the main platforms available for investors is Invest Saudi online portal. It was created to give investors a deep dive into development, into the kingdom, give them facts, information, figures, and services to elevate their approach and discover opportunities in the kingdom. And of course, as we are the Ministry of Investment, we closely work with investors to support them developing their business plans as well as assessing them in their opportunities and reaching the heads of sectors and relevant entities in the kingdom. We do all this under the unified brand of Invest Saudi. And with that, I conclude my presentation today in Invest Saudi and the Kingdom of Opportunities. I would like to say, shukran, thank you, Radi Boma, and Siyabonga.
Thank you as well, Mr. Muhammad Al-Ahali. Now, how about, ladies and gentlemen, we hear from the South African side about the exciting investment opportunities within South Africa. To that, please welcome on stage Mr. Fazil Musa from IDC.
Your Excellencies, Honorable Ministers, Honorable Ambassadors, colleagues, business partners, financiers, good morning, Assalamu alaikum. I'd like to begin by giving a few key facts about South Africa and the opportunities it would provide, as highlighted by our Minister previously. South Africa acts as a gateway into sub-Saharan Africa, much like the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia acts as a gateway into the region. As many people are aware, we are a vibrant emerging market. We are the most developed economy in sub-Saharan Africa and have a very large presence of multinational corporations. Our constitution is well known for being one of the most progressive globally, and we have abundant natural resources, which I'll speak about a little bit more. Our financial services sector is globally renowned as being highly sophisticated and a leader globally. And as many people know who import products from South Africa, we have world-class logistics infrastructure. Finally, as many people have alluded to, we do have an excellent quality of life and often have great views of wildlife. Just a very quick overview of South Africa. We are 60 million people. About 40 million people are of working age. and we have a very high proportion of youth. For many economies, this represents quite a significant opportunity. As has been mentioned earlier, we are a large mineral resource producer. We produce about 50% of the world's platinum group metals. We produce about 30% of the world's manganese. And if we take the region and we include DRC, we produce 70% of the world's cobalt. All of this is quite important for the new energy minerals and the battery minerals value chain that is become a global trend. As mentioned earlier, we are well known for our information technology base and for our agricultural prowess. We have a substantial amount of agricultural land. Approximately 80% of our land is agricultural. A lot of it for pasture and for livestock, but a very significant amount of it arable and for crops. Finally, we have 144 airports, significant railways, roads, 8 seaports, and 2 of the world's top container ports, being Durban and Cape Town. Oh, sorry. Thank you.
Use the clicker.
That one.
Thank you.
Not okay.
Wouldn't you like to explore a country where 2 worlds intersect? Where first world infrastructure meets an emerging market? Where science and technology enjoy rapid advancement? A land where innovation creates a dynamic environment for growth? Where a market of almost 60 million people provide you with the perfect springboard to access a continent of 1.3 billion people? Welcome to the future. Invest in South Africa.
That video said it much better than I did. A few key facts. Our economy, our GDP in 2021 was just under 420 billion US. We have a substantial amount of fixed investment activity. The private sector accounted for 72% of our fixed investment expenditure over the past few years. And interestingly, FDI investment was approximately 35%. We have a number of exports, mining, manufacturing, agricultural products, and as mentioned earlier as well, a number of motor vehicle manufacturers are based in South Africa. These include Ford, Toyota, Mercedes-Benz, BMW, Isuzu, and recently we had an investment by a Chinese manufacturer called Bike, which the IDC co-invested with. We have a very explicit and definite commitment to a sustainable and inclusive future. We are very committed to the just energy transition. We currently have a lot of coal-fired power stations inland which form the base of our power generation activities. Over time, we'll be moving towards a net zero economy. And in the process, we'd also expect to be utilizing a significant amount of gas-fired power and converting to gas generation alongside renewables. There was mention earlier about hydrogen. The IDC and the country has done an incredible amount in the hydrogen economy. We have about 12 large projects, both large and small. We have projects that run with Sasol, who's our coal-to-liquids leader, which is now moving into the hydrogen economy, and a number of other multinationals. One of our investments is known as the Priska Hydrogen Project. The promoter is here today, and it would be great if we could have business partners speaking to each other. Within the energy value chain, South Africa has had a lot of renewable investments over the past years since 2011. And most recently, we completed a bid window of wind and PV power, which is now reaching financial close. Very interestingly, one of the things we are now focusing on is what we call the battery value chain, or the battery minerals value chain. And we believe that there'll be a lot of synergy with the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia in this regard. As you exploit your 1.3 trillion US of mineral resources, we'll probably find that there's a lot of complementarity within the battery minerals value chain. To the extent that we engage in joint precursor production or battery production, South Africa and the region's mineral base would be quite valuable in combining with the mineral base here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. As mentioned earlier, we've got 8 vehicle manufacturers in the country. At the moment, they all produce internal combustion engines. The bulk of our vehicle exports go to Europe, and as we all know, in Europe, they'll be transferring to battery electric vehicles by 2030. As such, our industry needs to move with the times, and will also be looking at battery electric vehicles in the near future. And we have a number of investments which are targeting this. Finally, as the Minister mentioned earlier, we have a very significant agricultural sector producing everything from livestock, meats, deciduous fruit, citrus fruit, grains, and oilseeds. In conclusion, the country is engaging in a very significant infrastructure drive. We are investing in rails, roads, ports, and power and energy infrastructure. And we look forward to meeting all the business people and our government counterparts over the next 2 days. Thank you very much.
So much for all this information you provided. Ladies and gentlemen, the world as we know it is rapidly changing. The world is undergoing tremendous stress, as His Excellency Khalid Al-Falih stated in his opening remarks. Whether it's in terms of geopolitical tension, or record high inflation, or even energy-related challenges. Nonetheless, Saudi Arabia's mining and metal sector is emerging as one of the most attractive globally in terms of cost, raw material availability, and flexible incentive structure. But that's not all. We're going to learn more and much more about the mining industry in the upcoming panel in about a minute. We're going to talk more in this panel about mineral industry, promising opportunities in the mineral industry within Saudi Arabia. So please, without further ado, welcome on stage the moderator and speakers for this panel, Dr. Molefi Motoko, CEO at Mintec. Mr. Rashid Qadir, President, DRA of Saudi Arabia and EVP Mining and Service Operations for the EMEA region. Mr. Uthman Al-Ghamdi, Petro Rabigh, CEO. And the CEO of Impala Platinum Mines, Mr. Nico Muller. And Chairperson from Omnia, Tina Iboka. Welcome, everyone. You may start.
His Excellencies, ministers present today, deputy ministers, ambassadors, industry leaders, distinguished guests, good morning. A lot has been said about opportunities in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia as well as South Africa. Just quick introductory remarks from myself to really set the scene for our discussions in mining and chemical sector. Firstly, mining globally drives more than 45% of the world's GDP. The mining market is expected to grow at a compound annual growth rate of 12% this year. The world is experiencing challenges: climate change, geopolitical conflicts, pandemics, food shortages, energy shocks, record high inflation, and a looming recession. This is forcing global manufacturers across sectors to rethink their conventional models. If we just look at South Africa, which has a rich mining history, South Africa is a global leader in providing mining services and technologies. The country is well endowed with mineral reserves, including high value and critical minerals such as PGMs, manganese, vanadium, titanium, iron ore, diamonds, chrome, nickel, zirconium, rare earth elements, phosphate, and fluorspar, copper included. Some of these are critical minerals which are important for batteries, energy storage, energy transition, and 6 of these are found in South Africa. If we look at the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, it has deposit estimated at 1.3 trillion, is accelerating investments in the mining sector, recently launched mining laws, developed mining strategy, the Saudi Vision 2030, which aims to diversify the economy, as we just heard, and exploit untapped reserves. 48 minerals have been identified, 15 of those possibly economically to be exploited. This presents an opportunity for Saudi Arabia and South Africa to ramp up exploration, beneficiation, and processing of these critical minerals. If we come to the chemicals sector, as oil demand continues to grow, chemicals are becoming a most relevant area of focus for oil and gas countries and companies. South Africa is home to Africa's most advanced and largest chemical sector. The sector is diversified and highly mature, spanning fuel and plastics, polymers, fabrication to pharmaceuticals. The industry produces about 600 types of chemicals. Saudi Arabia, for the past 50 years, the basic chemical sector has seen an accelerated development via the monetization of stranded gas, bringing the total installed capacity in the kingdom to over 100 million tons per annum. Therefore, ladies and gentlemen, there are many opportunities, as indicated earlier on, for the two countries to exchange experience and knowledge in the petrochemical sector and to utilize the world-class resources of basic chemical production in Saudi Arabia to invest in specialty and downstream chemicals. It is my pleasure to be here today with our distinguished guests to explore the investment and partnership opportunities between South Africa and Saudi Arabia in the mining and chemical sector. My name is Molefi Mutuku. I'm the CEO of Mintech, the largest and oldest metallurgical research and technology organization in the world. Mintech is 88 years old. This year we'll be celebrating 90 years in 2 years' time. My background is mining, academic, as well as research, development, and innovation. I'd like to ask the panel members to briefly introduce themselves and give a quick background of themselves, starting with my colleague here, Mr. Balish.
Thank you, Mr. Molefi. My name is Sheikh Abdul Rashid Kader. I come from the mining industry, spending the last 25 to 30 years in the mining industry across major commodities. Company from DRA Global, which is involved in mega projects, multidisciplinary, and operation maintenance. Obviously looking after the operation and maintenance division in the EMEA region. So yeah, that's my quick background. Thanks.
Well, thank you, Dr. Malefi. It's a pleasure to be among you all today. My name is Abdurrahman Blushi. I'm from the Ministry of Industry and Mineral Resources, leading the mining strategy department and in charge of the mining licensing rounds. Thank you again.
Thank you, Dr. Malefi. Glad to be with the panelists and participate in this discussion. I'm Uthman Al-Ghamdi, the President and CEO of Petrotravel Company. I'm chemical engineer by education, and I have more than 30 years of diversified experience in the refining and petrochemical business.
Thank you, Dr. Malefi. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, absolute pleasure to be here. My name is Nico Miller. I'm the Chief Executive Officer of Impala Platinum.
Yeah, sorry.
I've got 35 years experience as a mining engineer, predominantly in diamonds, gold, and the PGM sector. The company that I represent is one of the major PGM producers in the world. We produce 30% of the world's PGM, and in South Africa we produce 80% of the world's PGM. I'm honored to be here. Thank you so much.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Imran Farooq. I'm here with African Rainbow Minerals. We're a diversified mining company in South Africa. Our core focus is on iron ore, manganese, platinum metal groups, and certain base metals. My background is in investment banking, mergers and acquisitions, and I've subsequently moved into mining finance with the African Rainbow Minerals. Thank you.
The first question will go to DRA. As I've indicated, most of the opportunities have been highlighted. What is important for us to also share our experiences. DRA, you have been in the kingdom since 2011. What was your experience when you first commenced in the kingdom then? Registering as a foreign investor in Saudi Arabia back then, and what are your experiences today with the Saudi investment authorities?
Thank you, Mr. Malefi. I think our journey started way back in 2011. I think early stages of work as consulting for the major mining players at the time in the industry, which was Ma'aden. And as we went through that phase, we realized that we have to meet certain compliance with means to government regulations, Saudization, etc. And we started the journey of registering ourselves with the investment authorities as a registered company here as a foreign investor. I think the beginning stages was a very daunting task for us those years ago. The procedures that we went through as far as legal, as far as all the different processes you had to follow. And I think it was towards the latter end where the investment authority, SAGIA, really assisted us to get through that process. But it did take us quite a while, close to 2 to 3 years, to register as a foreign entity. Whilst the comparison now, I must say, is chalk and cheese, where it takes you close to with streamline of processes that is present today with the investment authorities. It could take you a week, take you a month. And I think we've seen that progression from the past to the present, and Saudi Arabia has really vastly improved all the processes welcoming foreign investment. So yes, I think it's a really breath of fresh air for new investors. Okay. Thank you.
Thanks. The next question will be to Implats and ARM. Are there value chains that could be integrated between the two countries where resources could be mined in one country and processed in another?
Thank you, Doctor. So I start, Imran. And
yeah, good.
So I was going to brag about the maturity of our industry in South Africa until I had a conversation with my colleague from the kingdom, and he reminded me that the industry in Saudi dates back 3,000 years to the Solomon period, and so I must be careful with my words. But so just in terms of linkages, I think South Africa has a very well-endowed minerals and resources industry. We are still ranked today as 5th in the world in terms of the GDP, the contribution to GDP from our mining industry. So we have an industry that has matured over the last 150 years since we discovered diamonds and the gold rush early on. That was central to our economic development. So the one thing that South Africa has developed is mining expertise. The Honourable Minister Patel spoke about us owning the deepest mine in the world, which is true, South Deep. Not South Deep, Southern Deep levels. But we also own 9 of the 10 deepest mines in the world. But not only that, we also have very open and efficient open cast mines in uranium, iron ore, copper, a variety of commodities. And the country has developed a very mature service delivery into that. We know how to find minerals. We know how to economically evaluate them, how to develop feasibility studies, mine design, engineering, planning, and operate these mines very efficiently. We have had dominant leaders of large corporations emanating from South Africa. And so the one synergy that I see, Doctor, is that we are in a strong position to support Saudi in terms of technical service delivery and support for an emerging industry in Saudi. And I think that will be an area to investigate between the two countries. Thank you.
Yeah, Nico and I spoke about this early on. So, you know, for me, it's more than the technical side. We have a lot to offer from a technical side, but for me, Saudi Arabia is blessed with certain attributes where I think we have a need, and we have an endowment where I think they might have a need. And so for me, my thinking is as follows. So Saudi Arabia has got skills in renewable energy, and they have deep pockets of capital. We need energy security, and we have a natural endowment resource where I think they could use the metal back into their industry. So for me, my thinking is almost an investment from a Saudi Arabian perspective into South Africa. We almost create a green energy security upfront. We use our endowment to produce green metals, and we export the high-value metals back into Saudi Arabia for your downstream or midstream steel industry, titanium industry, aluminum industry. And it doesn't work the other way. It's prohibitively expensive from a cost and logistics perspective to transport raw materials. But I think a high-value beneficiated metal, you know, like pig iron or even manganese alloy or ferrochrome makes sense, complete sense. But I think we have to complement each other from a energy security perspective and from a green metal footprint through the process.
Thanks, Imran, for indicating that it's not only technical. And this leads me to my next question directed to the Minister of Industry and Mineral Resources. Could you give us a brief insight into the business environment in the Saudi mining sector?
Sure, Dr. Murphy. I believe compared to South Africa, Saudi Arabia's mining sector is at its infancy. There is a lot to learn. This is a sector that was reborn by the end of 2017 with the approval of the mineral strategy, the comprehensive mineral strategy by the Council of Ministers. And to establish that strategy, it took a lot of collection of all geologic reports over the past decades, and we built it bottom up. We looked at all the geologic resources and endowment in the kingdom, and we put together what we thought is a magnificent recipe to grow the sector and quadruple the GDP contribution from the mining sector. And I remember I went to the mining in Daba in Cape Town a couple of months after the approval, and you go around and you listen to all the countries' speeches and presentations about their mining sector. And everyone had the same recipe. We thought we had a secret, magnificent recipe, but everyone had the same, almost more or less the same recipe. So we went back and we focused on three main topics. The first one was governance. So we rewrote the mining code of the kingdom. And to do that, we collaborated with international organizations such as the World Bank, IGF, ICMM, and we focused on security of tenure and giving exclusive right to an exploration license holder to transfer it to a mining license with 100% foreign ownership. And we introduced also a new fiscal regime that is the most competitive in the world. So 20% corporate income tax, 1.5% royalty on copper, 2% on zinc, and only 2.5% on gold royalty. So the second focus is very important as well, led by the Saudi Geological Survey, is the geology of the kingdom. So we went back all that previous decades of geological campaigns by the USGS, BRGM, and multiple other campaigns. We digitized it, we made it available for everyone for free on the National Geological Database. And we established and launched another regional geosciences program over the entire Arabian Shield. Complete survey of geophysics, geochemistry, and remapping, detailed mapping of the Arabian Shield. A shield that is a fifth of exploration spending compared to the world average. And the third area of focus is putting together incentives. So the new mining code puts 5 years royalty holiday for any mining license. It gives 30% reduction and the royalty for every stage the material will stay inland. And the Saudi Industrial Development Fund gives 75% capex lending for mining projects because they are strategic. So we believe that with these three major areas of focus, the Saudi Saudi mining industry can be quite competitive at the global region.
Thank you for that, and this leads me to my next question to DRA, who have been here for a while. Give us some background on DRA Global and what was your involvement in the kingdom with reference to the mining sector and how you have progressed as a South African company involved in this sector.
Thank you, Mr. Molefe. I think DRA Global, firstly, proudly South African company. It is a multidisciplinary engineering company, and I think it's probably one of the companies that can cover the entire value chain. So I think we're slightly different from my peers, which are actually mine owners, investors. They are also some of my clients that we've done quite a lot of work. So we try to cover the entire value chain from studies right through to exploration management, to full EPCM construction of a plant, right through to operation and maintenance. So the entire value chain is firstly covered. In the kingdom here, I think the first thought is we started working a lot with the major players, which was Ma'aden, and really used those skills with regards to optimization of projects that were already brownfield projects that were here. Mahad, Alamar, quite a few of the different projects. And I think we successfully put our footprint in place with regards to optimization, technology, optimization of processes and design. So I think that progressed. Thereafter, I think looking at that type of skills, which is rich from a South African entity perspective, South African country perspective, we landed our first major operation and maintenance contract, which is the Aduayu flagship gold operation for Marlin. And I think that was a very interesting project. And why that was interesting for us was it was a combination of what can we do for the communities, what can we do for the people around where we're actually operating, similar to what we do in South Africa, where communities are involved, the social aspect is involved, the localization, as far as here we call Saudization. So we invested heavily in the Saudization. And when you talked about synergies earlier, synergies between South Africa and Saudi Arabia is where we took local Saudis that have just finished school and we brought them to South Africa. We exposed them to the different commodities where we operate in, the different operations. We took them to our South African technical colleges and universities to give them some management training and mentor them through that process. And what we're proud to say is after so many years is that we've got a great deal of Saudis that have progressed from just leaving school to either qualified engineers to supervisors, and similar concept and model that we take in different countries, because that's very important that we leave a legacy of a footprint and social impact that is pretty important. So I think that's one aspect. We progress today now is we're busy with a lot of studies, and as the 2030 vision is kicking off in Saudi and the mining sector is moving, sectors like the Arujum study, the Binta Wheeler project, the Mahad expansion, and other companies like AMAC, Al Masani Al Kubra Mining, we're busy with the first EPCM project, which is a copper project from inception to construction. So it's been a really busy period for us currently in the kingdom.
Thank you very much. If I move to our second theme of developing the basic and intermediate chemical sector, the global chemicals market is expected to grow at an average of 3.7 compound annual growth rate. The chemical sector is also expected to be a driver of demand for oil and gas, gaining share from all other segments from 13% in 2020 and expected to reach 31% in 2040. Now, this leads me to my question to Petro. Given Petro Rabin's strength in chemical sector, please give us a brief on Petro Rabin in general and where is Petro Rabin position itself in the petrochemical value chain?
Okay, Petro Rabin is a fully integrated refining and petrochemical company. It's a world scale. It's the largest in the Middle East, in the region, and amongst the largest integrated refining and petrochemical worldwide. It's a listed company, and it has a really great success story. It wasn't of this large and complexity. It was simple hydroskimming refinery until 2005, when a joint venture was formed between Saudi Aramco and foreign investor Sumitomo Chemical, Japanese company, to form Petro Rabin with the vision to transform that simple hydroskimming refinery to world-class integrated and petrochemical company, with the purpose to widen and strengthening the footprint of the petrochemical industry in the kingdom, increase employment, allow transfer of technology and know-how, support development of adjacent technology, and factories, and more importantly, is increasing the conversion of oil to chemical. So, with this vision and those strategic objectives, the company was listed in Tadawul, and soon after, an investment plan of exceeding $20 billion was deployed in two phases. The first phase was completed in 2009, and the second phase was completed in 2017. Now, Petro Rabin, with its full integration and its size, we produce annually from the refining segment of our business around 15 million tons of refined products annually. And in the petrochemical segment, we produce around 5 million tons annually of various types of petrochemical products, between basic and intermediate and some specialty. Our size of production of petrochemical around 5% of the total production of the kingdom. We employ now around 9,000 people between direct and indirect employees, and the crude to chemical conversion, we have reached to 18%. We have also had value park adjacent to our petrochemical complex for conversion, chemical conversion to finished products. The company currently is well positioned to move into its new chapter of growth and prosperity by focusing in three things: improving its competitiveness and investing in the bottom of the barrel, and improving its sustainability by reducing greenhouse gas emission of Scope 1 and Scope 2 by 30% and 40% respectively by 2028. And the third focus area is to go deeper in the value chain of chemical by further investment with a third party on the specialty and chemical conversion.
Okay, thanks a lot. We're running out of time. Just the last question to Imblad and the Deputy Minister of Ministry of Industry and Mineral Resources indicated that they are looking at the green hydrogen, developing green steel, solar and wind farms, carbon capture and storage, and moving from exploration to manufacturing. You look at our endowment in South Africa on those critical minerals and our expertise in refining. We can start with PGMs, vanadium, nickel, so forth and so forth. Is there opportunity for us to cooperate and collaborate and partner with our Saudi counterparts in the space of just transition and providing the expertise, the necessary materials required for that? Your comments, please.
Yeah. For me, I think the linkages are very strong, and I think there's very strong collaboration potential. So for me, I think we're beyond the point about energy transition and carbon transition. I think we're at the point now where whatever you can do and you can do green, I think is good for the world, is good for your company, is good for investors. So I think there's a very strong opportunity here. I think Saudi Arabia, as we understand from the Vice Minister, is looking very seriously at green hydrogen, which is very positive. I think if we can use that as an energy source into our mining and metals processes from a beneficiation perspective, the output is then a green metal. And as we know from negotiations we're having with current off-takers of our metal, anything that's got a clean carbon footprint and has got a good green audit to it has got a premium to it in the current age we're living in. So for me, I think there's a very strong investment case for us to understand a bit further, and really it means investment into our front-end energy from a green perspective. It then means that you're going to have a green metal that comes out. It can go into a green process back in Saudi Arabia or anywhere else in the world, and I think you're moving forward in a way that the world needs you to. So there's no need to wait to 2050. I think the time is now.
Nico?
Totally off. Is it on?
It's better now.
Maybe to deviate from your question, I mean, I think, Imran, you've answered the hydrogen question, but I think that there are, when I look at the 2030 vision and I look at the strategy of South Africa, there are more areas of overlap. And perhaps some of them are not technical. If I look at, if I replace energy transition with sustainability, I hear very similar language, environmental impact, and the contribution to all stakeholders, including state and the communities and employees. And so I think that there could be collaboration and integration in thinking, not only in the traditional technical areas that we talk about quite a lot, but there are many other areas where I think similarly we can share some thoughts and build on each other's strengths.
Okay. Thanks, Nick. Unfortunately, we're running out of time. I'll give you just 10 seconds concluding remarks. I'll start with you.
Thanks, Nico. I think just in concluding, I think with the 2030 vision of Saudi Arabia as far as diversity away from oil and looking at the mining sector, I think we're really excited to assist new investors and execute these type of projects, because I think this is the future. And yeah, I think there's a long road ahead.
Well, I'm really glad to have a success story of investing here in the Kingdom by DRA Global. The size of the area of licensing, current licenses, and licenses application today exceeds 90,000 square kilometers. This is the size of Portugal. All these areas must be explored. They require geophysics, they require geochemistry, and they require mapping and a lot of brains and expertise to make them actual mines. We will welcome DRA Global. We will welcome 10 other DRA Globals to support us here in the Kingdom in achieving this vision.
Quickly.
Well, I think a great area of collaboration and synergy in the specialty and chemical conversion, looking at the side and of Vision 2030 in the Kingdom, with the huge investment intended to unlock the potential of the petrochemical sector, with a special focus on the downstream. Over $220 billion will be invested. That will avail a lot of opportunities. And those opportunities, coupled with the competitive advantages that we have in the Kingdom, will really avail a lot of attractive opportunities. On the other side, we see South Africa is the home of the specialized chemical manufacturing and for Africa, with a very mature industry, and the process, the know-how and the technology needed. They make more than 600 different types of chemical, and that is really great potential synergy between the two countries in this area.
Thank you very much. Unfortunately, our time is up. Thank you, panel members. Can we give them a round of applause, please?
Thank you, Dr. Mutuku, for moderating this session. And I would also like to thank our speakers for the panel, starting with Mr. Abdurrahman Al-Blushi, MIM, Head of Mining Strategy. Thank you, Mr. Al-Blushi, for your great input of the industry. And of course, I would like to thank Mr. Kader, Mr. Al-Ghamdi, Mr. Mueller, and Mr. Abuka for also joining us for this panel. Now, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to take a moment of your time before we move into the next panel and remind you about the barcode available at the back of your badges. Now, we have asked you at the beginning of the event to go ahead and scan it so that you'll have access to the agenda for today. You'll have access to many useful and helpful information, such as the National Investment Strategy Overview. You will also have access to the Investment Highlight Report, as well as the other entities' publications from Giga Projects, tourism, and much, much more, just by scanning the barcode at the back of your badges. And of course, we'll not forget that you can also network and communicate with one another and reach out to one another throughout that application as well. So without further ado, we'll move on to the next panel, talking about agriculture and food processing, and how solving the agriculture challenges used by technologies. To that, please join me in welcoming the moderator for this second panel, Juwan Bati from IDC, the COO of IDC, Juwan Patti. Hello, Mrs. Juwan. And the speakers for this panel will be Ali Sheikhi, CEO of Aquaculture Program, MEWA. Mr. Ahmed Al-Dakhil, CEO at Al-Rajhi International. Matthew Karan, CEO at Karan Beef. And Terence Liluma, CEO CEO, Foods of Makamisa. Welcome, everyone. You may begin.
I thought it sounded quiet. So to start with, all protocols observed. Thank you very much for the honor of being here today and for facilitating this panel. From a food security point of view, food security really is a social priority. It's an economic opportunity and it is an environmental threat. We need to think very differently about how we address food security into the future and how we minimize waste, optimize land and water use, create more efficient value chains, and embrace new technologies. We really need more innovation to lift the efficiency and the productivity of the agriculture and food processing sectors. So on my left, first on my left, I have Ali, who is the CEO of aquaculture program in Saudi Arabia. And so Ali, if you could maybe just share with us the approach to aquaculture. I mean, what I did want to say as well is I find it interesting having an agricultural panel immediately after the mining one, because what you see is a lot of mining companies in South Africa have been experimenting with agriculture, and we've had some aquaculture ventures in South Africa. But I'm very excited to hear about what you're doing in Saudi.
Okay, thank you very much. Good morning. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Aquaculture, as you know, is the fastest growth worldwide business in food sector. In Saudi Arabia, yearly growth of 6%. And this is really shows that the potential of this sector in Saudi Arabia. Luckily, we started developing the sector recently, last 5-6 years, and the developing of the sector started with research. The research allow us to identify our destination, to build our plan and objectives to achieve. The research which we had, it gave us a real opportunity to identify the target in each species, in each sector, in each site. It's allowing us to move really very smooth. Yearly there is a target. There is a contribution to the GDP, contribution to food security, real contribution on job employment. All these factors, it is considered in our strategy. Aquaculture in Saudi Arabia achieving good result internally and externally. The export side is yearly there is a target and there is a growth and continuous. The species from Saudi Arabia which we are exporting, it is really required due to the quality and the best practice which we are following in Saudi Arabia. The business in Saudi is growing very fast. The new technology being adapted to all sectors. Recently, we are moving to the closed system, totally controlling the environment, controlling all the input and output of the business. There is the recent result of the aquaculture Saudi Arabia. It's making Saudi Arabia as a leader of the region. Today, we've been led as example and benchmark for the systems and practices and the implementation of the regulation in the region. Recently, the FAO recognized Saudi Arabia is the model for the region in aquaculture industry. Our target and the ambition is high, and we have the advantage of the great location, of the conditions, and the availability of the technology, plus the support of government. Government work with the private sector really hand to hand to achieve the target. Government set the target, private sector achieve the target, complement each other. We work with the private sector closely, enable the sector, enable the private sector to achieve our strategy by their goals. And we make this complementary, what you call effort to make Saudi Arabia in the level which we are aiming to achieve. I will take this opportunity to just pass this information that last year we export almost 300 tons of shrimp from Saudi Arabia to South Africa, and our target for this year will increase double of this target, hopefully by opening this new what you call business in South Africa as a trade. Saudi product will be in South Africa more than what we are doing now. Last week we import also fry or eggs for trout from South Africa. This exchange in the business we started recently really gives us indication that there is a collaboration in the place. There is a building capacity can be shared between both countries, plus that the trade will increase by default. The location of Saudi Arabia give advantage to be what you call hub of the region to increase the export outside.
Yes, I'm back. Thanks, Ali. And it really, you mentioned partnership quite a few times, and I think that brings me to Ahmed. You know, we at a Saudi investment conference, yet you're investing outside of Saudi, and that does very much talk to partnership. And maybe you can just share with us your thinking around why investing outside of Saudi is good for Saudi.
Thank you very much. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Al-Rajhi International Investment Company is the leading company actually in investment outside Saudi Arabia. In particular, agriculture business, we contribute a lot for the food security. We are in the upstream producing wheat and other crops, commodities, and we are in the downstream, we produce flour mill as well locally in Saudi Arabia. We have mega projects in 2 major countries in Africa, in Sudan and in Egypt. We have 400,000 hectares in Sudan, and we have 100,000 hectares in Aswan in Egypt. Our mandate is to invest outside Saudi Arabia, mainly in agriculture, and we have really been also supported by government funds like Agriculture Development Fund, ADF, to go and invest outside Saudi Arabia. As a matter of fact, the food security now, it became the most critical issue in the world. Before the pandemic for Corona, and also after the crisis of Russia and Ukraine. Now there is a big shortage in grains in the Middle East mainly, and also in GCC countries. Our experience and knowledge about the investment outside, abroad, is very successful, and we are also in negotiation now with some companies in South Africa to invest in basic commodities like wheat, like alfalfa, like barley, like corn. Also, we are in negotiation for red meat. My colleagues beside me, we have been discussing this last week in Johannesburg. And we have a lot of opportunities to bring some crops, major crops, to the kingdom from South Africa. As His Excellency Mr. Ibrahim Batil mentioned, that 80% of the lands in South Africa are ready for agriculture. So we would like to take this opportunity to invest and to take this potential with our partners over there. Having said that, we also have 2 companies in South Africa already. One is a holding company, and the other company is working in irrigation system, center pivot production, agri-industry. And we are really contributing to the local farmers over there with manufacturing the irrigation system to them. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. And an important link. So we've had the fish, which is a great production out of Saudi. We've got the grain, which is a key input into the beef and the feed industry. And now we have a major South African producer of beef who can come and compete in the local market with your shrimp. And so maybe just share with us your approach to the establishment of the business and what your view is on the future of the industry and the opportunity.
Thanks, Joanne. So firstly, like His Excellency Minister Patel said, South Africa's agriculture industry is very sophisticated. We have a large industry. We have a very, I don't want to use the word first world, but it's a very sophisticated modern industry. So I think for starters, what we can offer the region here is great South African products. Obviously in my sector being beef, but across all the proteins, across all the agricultural products, I truly believe we have a phenomenal future with Saudi Arabia when it comes to selling. A little bit about the South African beef industry. There are about 12 million cattle in the country. We have an annual slaughter of about 3 million animals. So we can see a lot of scope and a lot of growth. And we do need export markets to be able to grow. So the privilege of being here, the privilege of being able to set up bilateral talks here definitely will help the industry, will help the country, will be able to bring more farmers into the sector, alleviate poverty, create jobs. These are things that the country needs, and we're very excited about it. Obviously, halal is very important, or is everything coming into the region has to be halal. South Africa has a very proud Muslim community. We have a very pious halal system in place. So the standards are exceptional. The controls are exceptional. Out of interest, most of the protein factories in the country are all halal. So the standards are there from day one. It's not some days they do halal, some days they don't. Those factories that are halal do halal 365 days a year. So those assurances are for the region. Our halal societies are on site. They control the processes. So we're very excited as a sector to be able to start selling our product up here. And I think what it gives the region, or what it gives Saudi the ability to then value add the products. I was talking to one of the members of Invest Saudi earlier, and he likes that idea. You send the raw material here, and then they are able to value add our products up here. And then from here, like the Minister said again, it's a gateway to the rest of the GCC. So I think Saudi companies will be able to bring the raw materials in, obviously in our case, the beef, the protein, and then value add, and then supply the rest of the GCC. So I just see phenomenal opportunities. Just to come back a little bit to technology, I think one thing that South Africa also has is we are very advanced. Like I said earlier, in our sector, we are very advanced. But in all agricultural sectors, be it the proteins, be it the citrus, be it the grains, South African companies have done a great job of ensuring that we keep up with modern practices and modern technologies. So if any Saudi Arabian counterpart wants to learn I do believe South Africa is a good place to come and learn from our farmers, from our food safety standards, etc. So, the collaboration is amazing. I think we have a lot to offer the Kingdom as South African farmers, as South African agricultural practitioners, and once again, it's an honor and a privilege. Thank you.
Thanks very much. And then moving on to Terence. Terence runs a food processing business that he's actually a client of the IDC, so I'm very proud to say. And Terence, from your perspective, maybe you can talk to the challenges of small business and the opportunities of the agricultural processing sector for South Africa.
Thank you, Joanne. It's a privilege to be here. When one navigates through the agriculture and the agro-processing industry as a whole, it has been predominantly, obviously, controlled by the previously privileged communities and leaving the majority of South Africans, in destitute in terms of access to opportunities to be able to thrive practicing agriculture. And I would say I'm quite fortunate to be one of the few that managed to break through the assistance of the IDC and the DTI's Black Industrialists to play in the mainstream economy. And when I look at the positioning of Saudi Arabia as an economy and how we can collaborate together, I see a massive opportunity, like Matthew highlighted, because what we don't have, they have. We have got a lot of land that is lying fallow, not only in South Africa, but in the rest of the continent. And we need investment to come in and add value, plant to those crops that we can process and export into Saudi Arabia as a gate, using this country as a gateway. So that's what I can say. And again, I see Saudi Arabia as a key partner in terms of assisting South Africa to address key challenges such as poverty, unemployment, particularly that of youth and women. And agriculture is, for me, the key to actually elevate the underprivileged out of poverty and make sure that they are able to sustain themselves and have something on the table as a meal every day.
And, sorry, I forgot my microphone wasn't working. From an aquaculture perspective, what do you think the lessons are that we can learn as South Africa from the approach that Saudi has taken on rapidly accelerating a very new industry within Saudi? Pardon?
Aquaculture, right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you for a good question. I think one of the most important part is setting the standard. When we start building the aquaculture sector in Saudi Arabia, the standard was built based on the best aquaculture practice worldwide. This allows us to develop our sector, develop our product, make the differentiation in our product internationally and locally. This is lead us to sustain the business. Sustainability now, one of our strategy, research behind all the aspect in our sector is one of the what you call stand. We shouldn't avoid it. Compete with the highest quality worldwide. It's our challenge always, and we are doing our best to achieve the best practice internationally. Participating internationally in all what you call gathering event and introduce the Saudi product in good matter. Recently, we are developing our local producer from term of the knowledge, training, building capacity, introduce new businesses. In fact, the ministry taking a new initiative to make all the preparation work to make it ready for the investment. I'll give you an example. Now we are developing certain land for certain business by developing full feasibility study, developing the environmental impact study, preparing the license for the investor to start immediately. This allow us to identify our need from each type of product to fill up the food need in the Saudi Arabia and the region as well. Now we are working to develop the second step, which is the value-added product. This will be the second stage, which we are working now with industrial cities. The export will be our what you call one of the items we are looking for now to increase it. We are looking for raw material replacement. Most of the raw material which we use now, it's imported. Now for the pandemic COVID, it gives us a lesson that to find our resources, to develop our resources. Now we are identify few protein replacement, which is the most important part in the feed. It will be local now in the research stage. In fact, one of them shows that high potential, which is the algae and seaweed, to replace the imported raw material for protein. And this will be one of the fastest change in aquaculture sector in Saudi Arabia. We are looking for strain development and genetics as well. This will accelerate our business and to fill up the gap and to avoid any shortage. Using the new technology for vertical farming, for RAS system, for the culture meat, all those technologies being now in the stage to move on and to launch it in Saudi market soon, inshallah. Looking for protein cities, protein industry. This is one of the targets which we are working with. And recently, inshallah, we are finalizing the approach, and we will move soon to the new approach of the protein zone. All those items we focus, it will make a new destination for investment in Saudi Arabia.
Thanks, Ali. We had so much time, and I think the time's run out. So Ahmed, you had some stats on the local deficits that you wanted to raise. Is there any key point that you would like to make before we close?
Thank you very much. Actually, I have some statistics I would like to share with Your Excellency and some audience here. That the deficit in grains is becoming now one of the critical issues globally. Last year, the same time, the wheat price was $290. Today, I have checked the prices before coming to this conference. It was $455. And it has exceeded that in February this year as well.
Wonderful statistics and great numbers.
Ahmed?
Unfortunately, we have run out of time. I'm sorry for interrupting.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thanks so much.
We'll dive right into the next panel with topics dear to our hearts and put smiles on our face, as His Excellency Khalid Al-Falih mentioned earlier. Nothing other than the tourism and hospitality sector. We will be talking about empowering the tourism sector and the future of the sector. So please welcome on stage the moderator for this panel, Mr. Fahad Al-Hashim from MISA. And the speakers, Mr. Badr Al-Harbash from the Tourism Development Fund, Executive Director of Strategy, Mr. Rakan Asad from Badr Business Development Company, the General Manager, and the CEO at Travel Juice, Sajid Ghani, and the CEO of Video Vision, Anand Singh. So it appears, ladies and gentlemen, we have a last-minute update. Instead of Mr. Sajid, we will have Mrs. Judy Nukidi from Tourvest, the CEO at Tourvest. Mrs. Judy Nukidi. Wonderful. Thank you for joining us on stage. You may start, Mr. Fahad.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure to change the topic slightly from into the earth to what happens above the earth. As His Excellency, Minister of Investment, alluded to in his opening remarks, the tourism sector is a critical driver of many economies. Of course, as the pandemic hit, it was one of the most affected sectors. And we are happy to see it coming back to life, and many of the economies that depend on it will also come back to life, as projected by the World Travel and Tourism Council. Today with me, I have a distinguished panel from across different aspects of the value chain within the industry itself. And we'll be happy to shed the light on what is developing in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the Republic of South Africa as well. To start, I would like to introduce Mr. Badr Al-Harbash, who is the Chief Strategy Officer at the Tourism Development Fund. And I will ask him this question. As a newly established fund in the Kingdom, what is the fund looking to do when it comes to developing public and private partnerships, as well as delivering new financing and funding mechanism to uplift the sector that is relevantly new in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia?
Assalamu alaikum and good morning, everyone. First of all, thank you for the invitation and a very warm welcome to our friends from South Africa, welcoming you here in Saudi Arabia. So the Tourism Development Fund was established 2 years ago as a result of the new National Tourism Strategy. Of course, we have not been established alone. At that time, the Ministry of Tourism was also established, the Saudi Tourism Authority, and the fund were established. The three entities are responsible for regulation, providing support for private sector investment, which is the role of the fund, and promotion. And collectively, we call ourselves the tourism ecosystem because we believe the three collaborate to provide a holistic support system for tourism investors that would provide the value created for both the visitors and ultimately the end beneficiary, which is the local citizens and the communities. The fund in itself, we have been seed funded with $4 billion worth of capital. We have the luxury to utilize that capital in a variety of mechanisms. We actually have 14 different products under 3 products family: debt, equity, and guarantees. We're the first development fund in Saudi that has the luxury and flexibility to provide this, and this was necessary in order to unlock the entire value chain of tourism. Tourism is still a greenfield sector in Saudi Arabia. We have in our strategy 10 promising destinations from coast to coast, providing an outstanding tourism experience, whether it's capitalizing on the sun and sea, the culture and the strong culture and heritage we have in Saudi, or providing adventure or wellness experiences to travelers from the kingdom all over the world. So again, in a nutshell, it's a holistic support system supported by our colleagues from the Ministry of Investment as well, to provide every and any means necessary to make an investment opportunity successful, whether it's financial or non-financial support.
Thank you, Mr. Badr, and we wish you and all of us all the luck in achieving the necessary success. I will switch over now slightly to Ms. Judy. Ms. Judy Nwokandi is the COO of Travest Holding. Ms. Judy, you have an impressive resume. You have worked on many committees from nuclear energy, and you are heavily an experienced investor and an operator within the tourism industry itself. Can you tell me, from your point of view, what do you believe is the future of the tourism sector, And how, based on your knowledge and experience, is the connection happening between the development of destination, the uplifting of services, and what type of role you are seeking to add value in it?
Certainly. So, Assalamu alaikum and good day, depending on the geography we're in. So, Tourvest is an integrated tourism travel entity. And it is a unique company, a South African company, born and raised and grown in South Africa. And we play across the entire value chain in tourism. So we often say that we are a travel and tourism entity in the we are technology driven. So we develop, design, and sell leading technologies in the travel space. So that's a very interesting component and element of the business, because like most businesses today, it is all about data, insights, and the meta-universe. Then we are very dominant in the lodge space, in the exclusive lodge space. So for those in the audience who know the Serengeti or who know the Zambezi River, our lodges are all along in iconic sites all over Africa and in the Caribbean. So I'll give you a prime example of the lodge that we developed off the coast in the Nile, with the convergence of the Nile, the blue and the black Nile. So it is the only island in the Nile, and that is a lodge we've developed. And normally what we would do, there would be a concession, or we are granted concessionaires, we bid for them, and then we develop them, and then sometimes we sell them. We are also in the hotel management space, so we also say we are masters at real estate, the female version of a master, but anyway, it's not such a nice word. So we are masters at real estate. Then we are also in the destination retail space, because when you travel, you shop. I mean, we say when you leave your country and come to South Africa or to parts of the world where we are, we want you to leave with empty pockets. Your bank balance must be depleted. So for instance, in South Africa, we own Diamond Works, and that is a very big attraction for people coming to South Africa, because we are known for our diamonds and our tanzanite. Then of course, we own about 70 restaurants all over South Africa, but we are also in multiple geographies. So we have assets in the Caribbean, a big cruise environment. So those ships, they just come in and out, and we are all over the Caribbean. We were in India. We were fortunate enough to exit out of India before COVID. Our last acquisition before COVID hit us was in New Zealand. And so that's where we really, really bled some of our investment money. And so for me, the future of tourism really is now we need to reinvest, because it is a sector that needs to be capitalized, and SMMEs are key in that value chain.
I think my second question to everybody will be the future of tourism, because we managed to negotiate the luxury of additional few minutes, because it's such an important topic. So I'll leave that as the second question, and I'll ask all the panelists. So if you allow me now, I'd like to switch over to Mr. Rakan. Mr. Rakan is the General Manager at Bader Global Business Development, where he manages the tourism company. You have been in tourism and marketing for 17 years. Can you please tell us about your experience as the GM of Bader? What are you looking to offer in the kingdom, and how you are seeking to have your offerings as sustainable in the long term when it comes to tourism?
Okay. Thank you, Fahad. Assalamu alaikum. This is a pleasure to be here in this board. As a GM of Bader, one of Mohammed Yusuf Naghi group of companies, we are venturing in the tourism sector very creatively with unique bespoke glamping and hospitality projects. One of the launching projects we plan to accomplish starting from this year is a sustainable glamping project using transport buses. And what gives the company an edge is that we work among a group of companies in very effective ways. Specifically, we work with one of the companies named Hafel. They source for us the buses. So we take these buses as Bader and convert them into different conversions. Conversions of accommodations, conversions of coffee shops, conversions of restaurants, as well as balconies and lounges. So it's a very unique project, and we have planned to grow rapidly in the kingdom and ultimately develop fully serviced glamping resorts kingdom-wide using these buses. So we have a clear strategy to grow in the kingdom and offer exceptional experiences for local and international customers to enjoy accommodation services, food and beverage, and as well as tour services. We also plan to venture into other sectors of tourism, sea and air experiences, keeping in mind sustainable tourism. Projects like the floating sea platforms is one of the projects we want to venture into. And I believe this leads me to the second part of the question, how are we sustainable and how can we practice sustainability? We practice sustainability by applying the 3 pillars of sustainable tourism, which are the social sustainability, economical sustainability, and environmental sustainability. If I give an example of an economical sustainability and how can we apply it and how are we applying it in our business, we source our supplies when we go to destinations from that specific destination. At the same time, we recruit from that specific destinations to encourage the economical sustainability of this specific pillar, which is the economic of sustainability. I believe this is how we do business in Badr, and the future is exciting for tourism.
Amazing stuff, Rakan. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Now, from funding the ecosystem to developing real estate to introducing glamping, which is a unique concept as well. The fourth aspect, which Mr. Anand Singh will enlighten this on, is, as a renowned filmmaker and film producer, is how do we utilize filmmaking and production to really uplift and enrich the experience based on the tourist destinations available, and your views on how do they interact and impact and affect each other.
Thank you, Fahad, and greetings to everybody, and it's great to be in the kingdom. You know, South Africa had no film industry, and it was very interesting, our evolution into a very sought-after destination in motion pictures. The capacity of what film can do for a country and its people is enormous. It's one of the few industries that traverses so many aspects, so tourism, employment, leisure, lifestyle, visual, creativity, technical. And to give you an example, you know, a film like Mandela Long Walk to Freedom, which I produced, was first released in cinemas in over 80 countries. And then it goes on to streaming services like Netflix or Amazon, and then television. So billions of people see the movie. And what it does when you tell stories of your country, first and foremost, it engages the audience to learn more, and the cultural aspects, the differences, because on the other hand, we want to learn and we want to be, knowing more about other cultures and people. So a film is a perfect tool to do that. And you sit in your living room and you say, oh, okay, this is South Africa. It's so beautiful, but you know, they had a hard fight in liberation. But I'm interested in that place, so maybe I'll go have a vacation and I'll go see where Mandela went to prison or what happened there and the history around that. So that's just the one level of what a film can do. And you've seen it many times over in many countries around the world, whether it's Australia or now South Korea has become a new film destination. And I think what we have done in South Africa and gone through and paid our school fees is something that we hope that you can learn from and flourish, because I do feel that you've got great history, great stories, and you need to tell them. And tell them from your point of view, not from an American point of view, which was what was happening in South Africa. American filmmakers would come in and they want to tell a story about apartheid, and we felt, you know, if you're doing this, you got to do it your way. And people don't worry today about language. So when you watch Netflix, you're watching a French movie, and you'll either watch it in French, watch it in English, you choose subtitles. So it's about the story, it's about the compelling aspect of anyone in this room sitting in front of a television or in front of in a movie theater and saying, I care for that person, I love that place. And that's what film can do. And then tourism and all the other, you know, leisure and lifestyle aspects just knock onto that. So it is really a multifaceted industry. And I thank our minister who's here for supporting the industry, because the Department of Trade and Industries did, in the past, I think 10 or 11 years, support it, and that helped grow it immensely.
Thank you so much, Mr. Anant. I'd like to give notice to to one of the leaders, actually, of the tourism industry here, Mr. Jerry. It's good to have you here. You are one of the most renowned globally, and it's always a pleasure to have you and to see. We're excited to see what you're looking to help in the kingdom's transformation as well.
Sorry, can I just add also? So he built, you know, he was at Sun City, and he created the magic of Africa at Sun City. And, you know, it's great what he's doing here, which is exactly the tourism and entertainment. And
I was going to allude to your film production. You needed to highlight the magic of Arabia next. And Jerry's doing the best job in the world at it, and we're happy to see you help out. Now, to allude to my question, which will be to all the panelists. As per the World Travel and Tourism Council, it has projected a 5.8% growth in GDP from tourism and 126 million new jobs to be created. Now, in South Africa right now, there's 740,000 direct jobs created from tourism and over 1.5 million indirectly. In the kingdom itself, we are targeting 10% of our GDP from tourism, and we are hoping to attract 100 million visits, which will enable around 1.6 million jobs in the tourism industry. Now, my question, and we'll take it around the panel, 2 minutes each. In your view, based on your experience, based on what you are seeking, what you are currently engaged in and seeking to engage, where do you see the future of the tourism industry and the surrounding ecosystem that propels it going forward? I will start with Mr. Badr.
First of all, thank you for reminding me of my KPIs. So that's very interesting. I think the future of tourism, at least in Saudi Arabia, will revolve around 4 key pillars. One, it's all about the authentic experience. And since you mentioned Jerry, we want people, when they come to Dir'iyah, they recognize there's only one Dir'iyah. And that experience cannot be replicated anywhere else in the world, and the same goes for the various destinations we are developing in the kingdom. Secondly, it's about sustainability, and that is where the fund and our colleagues in the various entities within the ecosystem are co-developing our ESG strategy. So we believe that the future of tourism is in not only sustainability, but in all the elements of the E, S, and the G. The sector is by default a very inclusive sector, so we want to capitalize on that. We want to create jobs in developing cities within the kingdom, and we want the tourism sector to be one of the pillars of the Saudi economy. So I mentioned, I started with experience, then I highlighted the ESG. The last 2 are seamless travel, and technology-infused technology-infused tourism. So capitalizing on technology to make the travel journey as seamless as possible for the travelers.
Amazing, Badr. Mr. Rakan. on the Vision 2030, what you're seeking to do in the future?
I believe with the tourism aspirations of Vision 2030, you mentioned raising the GDP to more than 10% and creating 1 million jobs, attracting 100 million visits, created a very interesting cascading relationship between multiple sectors, the private sector, the government sector, and the semi-government sector. And this relationship is a wonderful relationship. I myself has experienced it with entities. And it's based on complete transparency, alignment, and productivity. Entities from sectors, the government sectors like Ministry of Tourism, Saudi Tourism Authority, STIC, and from the private sectors, DMCs and hospitality entities, now working hand in hand in streamlined fashion to fulfill aspiration, the aspiration of a better enhanced tourism industry. And this is through offering unique, renowned tourism products and services, clear tourism legislations, as well as diversified experiences, as our colleague Badr mentioned. And so you could see how Vision 2030 impacted positively the sector.
Thank you, Rakan. Ms. Judy?
Certainly. The sector is not called the travel and tourism and hospitality sector without a reason. In order to do business, you need to get to a destination. In order to do business, you need to know what the destination's all about, and that is what destination marketing's all about. And in order to do business, you need to have food to eat, places to stay. So my 3 takeouts in terms of our being here in the kingdom would be, number 1, ease of travel. Air access. We used to have a direct flight between the Kingdom and South Africa. We started this conversation in Pretoria a few days ago, and we would like to work very hard on the resumption of those flights, direct flights, because from an agricultural point of view, from a mining point of view, you need to be in and out. You can't be flying 18, 20 hours to get to a destination. So we had a very good route, and we need to work very hard to reinstate the route. Secondly, with ease of access is seamless travel. So the visa regimes have to be looked at. We've had very many interesting stories about the South African delegation getting here. We are all here because we did get our visas. You can't afford, when you're a business person, to take a day off to go and get a visa. It costs too much money to take a day out of work. And then thirdly, one of the lessons we learned during COVID, and we can't go back to normal, is travelers want a reassurance that where they go, it's going to be safe. So we need to build on the consensus approach and the community that we developed during COVID and ensure that we future-proof our countries against future pandemics, and with many, many lessons. And so my parting comment would be that let's co-create, let's collaborate, because the world is connected and we are a community, we are one. Thank you.
Thank you, Judy. Mr. Anand?
Thank you. You know, there's the low-hanging fruit. So you look at, everybody here knows the films like Game of Thrones. Now you go to Croatia and you go to Dubrovnik, and there's tours every day to go see where this episode was shot and this scene. Or you look at New Zealand and the Lord of the Rings tours, or Harry Potter. And Harry Potter then generated a whole attraction at the Warner Parks. So all of those elements are clearly automatic segues from entertainment movies into tourism. But then you have the other more, I guess, meaningful aspect from a standpoint of celebrities coming to your country. So this year alone, we've had Tom Cruise shooting Mission Impossible in South Africa. We had Viola Davis shooting Woman King, which is on release right now. those are just two films that I will pick on. And the value of those people going back, or when Tom gets interviewed, how was your experience in South Africa? And when he says, I loved it, I'm going to go back in November, so he's literally coming back next month. And it's really important when people come of that stature where social media is so prevalent, and when they say something like that, it's worth all the advertising you can buy in media spaces. So I think, again, coming back to the development of film studios and a whole infrastructure of industry, it really does lend itself very well.
Thank you, Anand. I just got the signal. I got 5 seconds left. Ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies, if you could assist me with giving one final round of applause for our guests, and thank you so much for today.
For moderating this session, and thanks to our dear speakers as well. So for our last and fourth panel for today, we're going to be talking about the energy and renewable sector, discussing exactly the low carbon energy transition and investment opportunities. To that, please welcome on stage the moderator for this session. From MISA, Dr. Luciano Gianelli. And the speakers from AquaPower, Business Development Director, Mr. Iyad Al-Amri. From Desert Technology, CEO Majid Rfa'i. From AREP, CEO Brian Damas. And from CEF Group CEO Dr. Shmail Polo. And from Sasol EVP Marius Brandt. Welcome, everyone. You may begin.
Good late morning or early afternoon, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues and friends. It's my pleasure to moderate the panel with these distinguished panelists on the low carbon transition and the investment opportunities in the low carbon transition in the context of the South African and Saudi partnership. I thought perhaps it's a good idea if I very quickly give a description of the panelists. Maybe that will allow us to give a little bit more of context to the questions I will ask. So Dr. Ismail Polo was four men away from me, is the CEO of the Central Energy Fund, which is a state-owned energy company which has the mandate to provide security for energy supply in the country and across the region, the larger African region, and to do it through exploration, acquisition, and also through international partnerships. Mr. Marius Brandt is the Executive Vice President for Transition at Sasol, which is one of the largest energy and chemical companies in the world. So he has the executive responsibility for technology, sustainability, and Sasol Eco-FT. Now, that's something I'm going to ask you questions about. Then we have Mr. Brian Dames, CEO of African Rainbow Energy and Power, a renewable energy company that is the only African partner, so I understand, in Breakthrough Energy Venture, a large consortium created by Bill Gates to solve sustainability issues. Now, on my left, I have Majid Rfa'i. He holds a master's degree in applied energy engineering management, and he is the CEO of manufacturing for Desert Technologies, one of the leading companies in the kingdom for renewable energy solutions, solar in particular. But he is also, and this may be something we can quickly touch upon, the chairman of the Saudi Polytechnic Institute of Renewable Energy. And last but certainly not least, Rajit Nanda. Rajit Nanda is the advisor to the CEO of Aqua Power. He has had multiple C-level positions at Aqua Power from its inception as a startup. And we will, of course, be very interested to hear what he has to say as well. But I wanted to start with Marius, and I wanted to ask you about Sasol EcoFT. Of course, South Africa is a large country. It has multiple resources. Of course, legitimately, it wants to have a variety of energy solutions. But Sasol FT is something interesting. It's about sustainable fuels, and it is something that has ancient roots in Sasol.
Hello. Yeah, thanks. Yeah, if you look at Sasol, Sasol is now nearly 70 years old, and I think it really had its roots in coal to liquids, using a special technology called Fischer-Tropsch. So basically, we take coal, and then we can produce fuels and chemicals from that. Over the last 2 decades, we also expanded that to do gas to liquids. So where we found ourselves now was to say, how do we actually create new sustainable value streams? And this is where Sasol EcoFT comes in. So we basically want to use the same technology that we've used before, but then now complement it with sustainable feedstocks. Green hydrogen, unavoidable CO2 or biomass as a carbon source, because we do need both the carbon and also the hydrogen. And from that to produce then sustainable fuels and chemicals. Our first focus will be on sustainable aviation fuel. That is we believe, a fantastic opportunity. That industry will most likely have a large drop-in future. We're actually taking just green fuels and bring it in to replace fossil fuels with time. So that technology is really exciting, and we're seeing great investment and opportunities there. So apart from the fact that Sasol also is focusing more on green hydrogen for South Africa itself to expand the industry there, we do see a great opportunity then also to take the technology, as you said, and take it into a hard-to-abate sector like aviation. And I think this technology can really help us. I think there's great opportunities also for the kingdom, with the abundance of renewable energy and low-cost energy to really also pursue those opportunities, and we're keen to talk to them around that.
All right. That's very interesting. Definitely, I think on the green hydrogen part in particular, we need to talk further in this panel. I understand South Africa has set forth to become, at some point in time, an exporter of green hydrogen. The kingdom is already an energy powerhouse, of course, globally, wants to be a leader in renewables, wants to be the hydrogen leader globally. And so for sure, we will have to dig into that. But perhaps before talking about fuels again, I would like to quickly talk about something that is already very concrete. And I wanted to ask Rajit about the involvement in the 100 megawatt Redstone project by Aqua Power. I understand it is quite unique. It has interesting, unique characteristics, lessons learned, and challenges ahead, and also, implications for potentially future collaboration in that area.
Thank you, Luciano, for the question, and thank you, Misa, for having all of us here. It's an honor and privilege to be amongst all of you. So let me, over the next couple of minutes, very quickly share with everyone here the Aqua Power story in South Africa. Incidentally, this year is a very interesting year because it marks a decade since Aqua Power stepped into South Africa. So we have a lot to share. And just as a precursor, I would say that our experience in South Africa has been extremely positive. In fact, I would say it's been a very rocking experience for us. And of course, we have gone through a whole experience where there has been some ups and downs, but the ups have been far more enriching. The experience has been extremely positive, and what we have to say is that South Africa as an investment destination for energy for us has been absolutely a fabulous journey. We have 3 projects there under the Renewable Energy Program. And let me pause here and just tell the audience that South Africa started on this climate change and the low carbon transition exactly 10 years back. And the implementation of the renewable program there has been the most successful, single biggest renewable transformation program in the world. Today, the country has been able to implement more than 100 projects in this last 10 years across 7.5 rounds of procurement, public procurement, representing more than 200 billion rand of investments in that sector, which has, of course, triggered and enabled and catalyzed a lot of localization, development of local manpower, and a lot of other, I would say, spillover effect into other parts of the economy. Aqua Power is the single largest investor in this sector from an FDI perspective. We have contributed to projects that are approximately 10% of this 200 billion plus rands of investment that has happened in this sector in the last 10 years. Our projects are also very unique from a technical perspective because what we have done is we have brought storage at a large utility scale into the country, which means while solar is essentially the heart of the technology, but by integrating it with storage, we are delivering firm and flexible and reliable power to the grid on almost a base load approach. Our Bookport project, which is also a CSP project again in the Northern Cape, it was a $500 million investment back in 2013, and now it is in the 6th year of operation, delivers 9 hours of storage. So we generate electricity 9 hours of the day when the sun is shining, and at the same time, concurrently, we store 9 hours. So we are able to deliver to the ESCOM grid 18 hours of electricity at full load capacity. And in fact, in 2019, the plant ran on a continuous basis, 24/7, for about 45 days, because during that time, the demand from the grid was not for the full load. Redstone project is a $1 billion investment, which is right now in advanced construction, employing about 1,500 people. In fact, Honorable President is coming to the site of Redstone next week as part of the presidency visit. And we hope he can see how we have gone about doing the construction of that project, which delivers 12 hours of storage and 17 hours of continuous energy into the grid using solar power. So from a technical perspective, from an economic perspective, and in terms of how we have engaged with the entire community, the whole ecosystem, our story is a very positive experience. And I would just like to conclude by telling all my Saudi brothers and sisters from the private sector that please, South Africa is a great investment destination, at least in the energy sector, where Aqua Power has had a very positive experience, and hopefully will continue to keep investing more and keep contributing more to to the whole sector of this country. Thank you.
Dr. Ismail, you are a 25% stakeholder in this wonderful Redstone project, which we now know very well that it is very good at storing for a long time. So maybe you can illuminate us a bit, you know, what is your perspective on this? And maybe more important, you know, do you see more possibilities of cooperation, in particular also with Aqua Power?
No, thank you very much. Let me start off by saying this is really a proof of our dynamic policy framework. As you can see, it's historic. It was before it became so popular, this issue of investing in renewables. And our policy framework is such that it was very firm with regards to the energy mix, so that we have a just transition that is also coordinated. I must say that the framework itself guides us in this space, because all we intend to do is through carbon offsets to kind of future-proof our industrial capabilities so that we don't erode that, and we are able, therefore, to ensure that we continue to advance even in the industry side with industrialization. What I can say with the opportunities that are available is that we have a 100 billion pipeline in the energy mix. And we are working very well with the likes of Aqua, and we are in discussions for future programs as well, and opportunities, and those are open for other companies as well. You must also say that, I was just joking earlier on with my colleague from Sasol. Sasol is one of our flagship companies in South Africa, as you would know, that we as the Central Energy Fund, we incubated Sasol. So the likes of Aqua is no surprise. And earlier on, even earlier than 10 years, the first wind power in our country, Darling Wind, were the first to invest in. So we do create an environment that is enabling as a strategic investor in this. So we're looking forward to more such with our project pipeline as well, and we'll be engaging with a number of other investors here. It goes even further. You would know that we have been working on a business case with Saudi Aramco on the side of the refining capacity. On that score, the business case is completed. What we are looking forward to in our discussions is that we would be getting some form of indication as to when are we advancing with the implementation of that scale refinery in the country as well.
Moving from sustainable fuels or alternative fuels to thermal power, I would like to ask Mr. Majid a bit about solar PV instead of solar thermal. I know that you are one of the leaders in this sector. What do you see as prospects to invest eventually in South Africa? South Africa has bold plans there. It's not 100% clear that everything can be produced within South Africa in terms of solar PV. And also, maybe you can tell us a little bit about what your new position is about, what the purpose is of the new Saudi Polytechnic Institute for Renewable Energy.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. In regard to the PV industry, we as a desert technology, we consider ourselves as one of the first Saudi PV panel manufacturer in the kingdom. Our targeted to export within the next 3 years to more than 30 countries as a Saudi-made product. We have been monitoring South African market since almost like 6 months now. Today, we're going to announce for a new project between Desert Technology and South African companies for supplying 40 megawatt project from Saudi Arabia to Republic of South Africa. This project, it will be a full supported with the support of Saudi Exim Bank, and as well also it will cover PV industries with full installations, local content support from the Saudi market. So our focus is to enhance the localization in Saudi Arabia by exporting our product to outside countries, and especially to South Africa today.
Do you also see prospects of collaboration, joint ventures in South Africa with Seraphim or Solar Ltd?
Actually, it's in our radar of targeting in part of expansions, either in part of facility-wise or to become a co-investor in a targeted project in South Africa. So we are keeping monitoring because they have a clear pipeline in mixed energy right now. So it is one of our goal for expanding in the future in such product.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Bryan, we know that one of the big issues of solar, in spite of the great efforts of the Redstone project, is of course the sustainability of the load. I understand that your company has been involved in helping private entities set up their own power plants so as to make more sustainable. Also at the level of households, there is a policy there to help, to create tariffs for feeding the grid. Can you tell us a bit about this? Also in Saudi Arabia, this is something we are really looking at, so we would like to get your perspective from South Africa.
So I'll give a little bit of a context just about our energy situation as a country. So South Africa's got a very, very big energy market. It's got 52 gigawatts of installed capacity. It runs Africa's only nuclear plant. And quite interesting, it's got the largest of the world's renewable storage, long duration storage systems. Those are called pump storage schemes. Exceptionally valuable. South Africa has to increase its energy mix. And the government, two focus areas. One is how do we increase more and more capacity, hence renewables. And with renewables, it allows us as a company to invest, given prices, technology. And we have 740 megawatts operational. We have 2,100 megawatts of projects that we're busy closing. We're going to invest 4 billion rand. And last week, we started construction for the first large-scale private sector renewable projects for private companies. So this is us producing in one location in South Africa, delivering power to 5 different locations in the country for a dedicated mining customer. And that allows, and that is through the changes that the government and the president has introduced as to how this liberalized the market. Part of that is how does household then participate? That becomes a solution. Solar systems with batteries to allow households to feed into local grids. And I think that's all enabled by technology. And so we as a South African company see this as the largest investable sector in the country. And for us, the next step is how do you look at technology to store long duration storage. So the Breakthrough Energy Venture focuses on long duration storage, clean aviation fuel, hydrogen, carbon capture, direct air capture. The last part of the transformation of the sector is the trading of power, which the South African market is happening. So for us, that is the next steps. How do we get involved in green hydrogen? How do we get involved in trading? And how do we expand outside of South Africa? Because that opportunity is even bigger.
Okay. This is very fascinating, of course, this technology in renewable, how it is progressing and how it is doing many things that we wouldn't be able to imagine a long time ago. But I want to come back to the start of this discussion where Marius talked about sustainable fuels. And I think this is very important because we are dealing here with two big countries that are well endowed with natural resources, both mineral resources like metals and energy. And the world is going through an energy crisis. And we also know very well that there are sectors where our countries could be prominent where we will still need fuels. So perhaps I could ask Mario something about the Platinum Corridor and how he sees potentially an involvement there of Saudi Arabia. And yes, also a transfer of knowledge, not only in the energy sector, but also in the mining sector by sustaining energetically the mining sector. So that is, and perhaps Dr. Ismail and for sure Rajit, who is involved in the NEOM green hydrogen project, would all the three like to say something about that, because I think this is strategic for our two countries.
Yeah, thank you. I think when you start to look at the South African context, I think it's also all about how do we use our resources to the optimal, and I think that's really quite important. So if you look at the Platinum Corridor that has been announced, and there's also subsequent other announcement, that really focus to a large extent on how do we explore the minerals wealth that we have and really make sure we can get that involved in this sustainable and green economy that's going. But also, how do you actually create a demand? How do you functionally go about and say, I have to have hydrogen mobility, and can I actually activate that industry also? So I think when we look at green hydrogen production in South Africa, certainly there's a great opportunity to export. And there I see the kingdom with the knowledge that they have of really being the leader in solar can really play a great role there. But it's also for us in South Africa, how do we develop our own industry around green hydrogen? I think that's going to be very important. Already today we have a massive grey hydrogen production capacity, but we have to now start to see that we actually, transition in time, use coal responsibly. I think we spoke about the just transition. We have to be very careful of how do we manage that transition. We have to think about natural gas as a bigger transition play, and I think again the kingdom has got great experience there. And then obviously explore how do we introduce affordable and available green hydrogen into the industry. The kingdom, I believe, if you look at the leading positions they have on renewable energy, creates fantastic platform to really expand into sustainable fuels, be it through the technologies that we are in, but also other opportunities, for example, green hydrogen, green ammonia, which is obviously been destined to be quite important into the marine transportation field. So I think there's great opportunities for us to work together, see the connections both in South Africa, but also the investment opportunities in the kingdom itself.
Thank you very much. We have less than 5 minutes. Dr. Ismail and Rajit, and also Dr. Ismail, perhaps you can comment on this by talking a little bit about the African Green Hydrogen Alliance, how perhaps Saudi Arabia can be supportive there through its knowledge in green hydrogen.
Okay. No, thank you very much, but perhaps to start quickly, earlier on there was reference to the need for South Africa to exchange knowledge with Saudi since we've been on the mineral side or mining side. I must say that within the department, dear Marie, we have Council for Geoscience, which is the world leading council as well. In that space, it's something perhaps to consider. Having said that, we have a mining division under the Central Energy Fund, which is the African Exploration. And in that, with the assistance of the Council for Geoscience, we are really pursuing to mine minerals for new energy that will support the renewable energy space. It's another area of exploitation there. But lastly, with regards to how can we tap into Saudi's know-how from hydrogen point of view, and using that as well to assist the region. We do, in fact, through various forums, have an opportunity whereby we will be inviting the Saudis to assist in terms of input and see how we then can commercialize some of the initiative, including the G2Gs that we have with various African countries, especially in the region. So there is space for that. Like I say, more than anything else, we are seeing it as an opportunity for carbon offsets and therefore enabling the continuation of industrialization initiatives in our region. Thank you.
So look, very quickly, my 2 cents on this one. As a world, we are facing too many challenges in whether it comes to food security, whether it comes to energy crisis, and so on and so forth. The single biggest defining challenge of this decade is energy transition, okay? And in the context of energy transition, we all have to move to this low carbon economy, and the one single factor that is going to contribute in a very significant manner is the adoption of the hydrogen economy. Now, coming into the microcosm of mining, which is what, Luciano, your question was, and to which my fellow panelists have responded. Mining today is not about the traditional mining. Mining today in this decade is all going to be about sustainable mining. And what I mean by sustainable mining is that mining has to contribute also to the whole concept of carbon neutrality. And in this context, the adoption of hydrogen, and by the way, the mining companies of South Africa, who are leaders in themselves in the whole world, they need to be the pathfinders in transitioning themselves into sustainable mining and demonstrate to the world that hydrogen, adopting hydrogen into their own ecosystem, they will be able to contribute towards the low carbon economy, towards carbon neutrality, and towards carbon abatement. And we start seeing it. South Africa is one of the first where the leading mining companies are now changing their fleets, for example, from diesel fire to hydrogen fuel cell. And that in itself is again showing that South Africa is a pathfinder, and it is for countries like Saudi and others to also learn from this.
I would like to, since I don't have that much time, I would like to quickly ask Majid about the Saudi Polytechnic Institute of Renewable Energy. What do you think of this discussion, and how do you think your institute can help here?
Okay, the institution, it's a newly established. The focus of the institution to build a Saudi full-trained technical team for renewable energy. It's based in Al Jouf area, north of Saudi Arabia. The focus of the discussion today with the relationship, it will be a good bridge of sharing knowledge between the institutions in South Africa and Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, especially in renewable energies.
Thank you very much. Brian, one last consideration on your side. So you're the last one, so you can say whatever you want.
Yeah, but the time is also up. Renewable energy has not just in our case been about sustainable, lower carbon. It's about people, young people, learning new technologies, communities being involved in areas previously they were not. It is about communities owning people, some of the projects. It is about some of the young people owning projects. So the technology change has brought together a societal change. And so when we talk about just, it is about how do you make sure everybody benefits in that. And as a company for us, that is hugely important, because without that and without leaving that legacy, none of this transition would make sense for our country.
So the ESG is only complete if it is not only E, but also S and G.
And the governance of companies to make sure it happens.
Well, thank you very much, Brian, that you concluded on this note with which I think we can all agree. I would like to ask you all to give a round of applause to this fantastic panel. And thank you all very much.
Thank you, gentlemen. I would like to thank Mr. Rajit Nanda, the advisor to the chairman and CEO, for joining this panel instead of Mr. Iyad Al-Amri from Aqua Power. Thank you. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we have concluded our panels, and I hope that you have enjoyed it and learned and explored opportunities and aspects of the industries that have been discussed in those panels. To that, ladies and gentlemen, and in a few moments, we are going to be witnessing the shaping of the future bilateral relationship and the shaping of the relationship between the bilateral countries taking shape right before our eyes. We are going to start the ceremony of exchange of the investment agreements between investors and business partners. And for that, I would like to once again call on stage His Excellency, the Saudi Minister of Investment, Mr. Khalid Al-Falih. And to join him, I would like to call the South African Minister of Trade, Industry and Competition, His Excellency Ibrahim Patel. Joining them as well, the Saudi Minister of Industry and Mineral Resources, His Excellency Bandar Al-Khrayef. I would like to also call the South African Minister of Mineral Resources and Energy, His Excellency Mr. Guidi Mantashi. Joining them on stage as well, Saudi Vice Minister of the Ministry of Industry and Mineral Resources, His Excellency Khalid Al-Dafer. Welcome, Your Excellencies, on stage with us. Joining me on stage, Your Excellencies. Now for the first exchange for today, I would like to welcome on stage from the Federation of Saudi Chambers of Commerce, Dr. Hisham Al-Amoudi, and from the South African chapter of JCB, Dr. Stavros Nikolio. This Memorandum of Understanding on the establishment of Joint Business Council, known as JBC, will be signed between the Federation of Saudi Chambers of Commerce and the South African chapter of JCB. Please join us on stage. Thank you, gentlemen. You may leave the stage. All right, shake hands and take a picture. Thank you very much. Wonderful. For the next exchange, I would like to call from MISA, Mr. Fahad Naim, Deputy of Sector Investment Development, and from Sassoon, Mr. Marius Brand, Executive Vice President. This exchange is about sustainable aviation, fuel, low-carbon aviation, fuel production, evaluate potential opportunities in the field of specialty and convergent chemicals. Thank you, gentlemen. You may leave the stage. For the next exchange, I would like to call Mr. Fahad Al-Naim. Again, Mr. Fahad Al-Naim, I'm sorry, would you stay on stage with us? Mr. Fahad Al-Naim is the Deputy of Sector Investment Development, and I would like to call on stage with him Mr. Setmubizu Mikizi, CEO and founder of Afro Zonki. This exchange is about waste and water treatment production plant. Thank you, gentlemen. Mr. Naim and Mr. Mikizi, you may be seated. Yes, absolutely. I would like to call on stage His Excellency, the Minister of Agriculture. Her Excellency. Yes, of course. Her Excellency, Ms. Tikoto Didiza. Welcome, Your Excellency, on stage with us. Lovely outfit. Now for the next exchange, I would like to call from Aquapower, Mr. Iyad Al-Amri, Executive Director, and from Industrial Development Corporation, Mr. Fazil Musa, the Executive Industry Planning and Project Development, Jonah Bate, COO. This exchange will be about green hydrogen. Thank you. For the next exchange, I would like to call Mr. Turki Al-Hikir, CEO of FAS Energy, and Mr. Ray Richardson, Managing Director at Simtech Renewable Energy, Saudi Arabia. Please join us on stage. This exchange is about Joint Development Agreement Heads of Terms. Our following exchange, I would like to call Mr. Mohammed Al-Dlaim, Chairman of Grand Mines Corporation, and Mr. Ian Hadoun, Managing Director at MSA Corp. Mr. Ian Hadoun, please join us on stage. This exchange is about technical services agreement. Next, I would like to call Mr. Naif Al-Adel, Chairman of SIMSA, and Mr. Christopher Jacobs Swartz, Owner, from Namlog. This exchange is about sales purchase agreement between SIMSA and Namlog to acquire 4 companies. Next, I would like to call Engineer Majid Rafai, CEO of Desert Technologies, and Dr. Roger Tumba, CEO of Digitech Energy. This exchange is a contract to implement 40 MW solar solutions in South Africa. Next, I would like to call Mr. Khalid Al-Jahdali, CEO of Al-Haytham Mining Company, and Mr. Simon Boch, Managing Director of Excalibur Airborne Geophysics. Thank you, gentlemen. Next, I would like to call Engineer Abdullah Shamrani, CEO at Saudi Geological Survey, and Mr. Mshari Ali, CEO at Golden Compass and MSA Alliance, along with Mr. Ian Hadoun, Managing Director. Mr. Mshari, please remain on stage with us for the next exchange. I would like to call on Dr. Molefi Mutoko, CEO of Mintex, to join Mr. Mshari Ali, Chairman of Rasi Investment Group, on stage. Hello, Doctor. Doctor? This exchange is about the establishment of global metallurgical analysis laboratories between Rasi Investment Group and Mintex. Thank you very much, gentlemen, and congratulations. Your Excellencies, thank you so much for joining us on stage. I would like to ask His Excellency Khalid Al-Faleh and His Excellency Bandar Al-Khayef to remain on stage with us, as His Excellency Ibrahim Patil and Her Excellency Toko Didiza would like to offer a commemorative flag to you. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats, as the President of the Republic of South Africa will arrive shortly. Please be seated. And now, His Excellency Ibrahim Patil and Her Excellency Toko Didiza would like to hand over a commemorative plaque to His Excellency Khalid Al-Faleh and His Excellency Bandar Al-Khayef. Thank you, Your Excellencies. Thank you for this lovely, lovely memorandum. I would like to kindly ask you to go back to your seats so we can have the honorable arrival of the President of South Africa and have him join us for the remainder of the event. ladies and gentlemen, up to here, we've had 2 thorough presentations exploring the exciting investment opportunities available in both countries, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the Republic of South Africa. After that, we moved into 4 different panels discussing different aspects and sectors of the industry that are most attractive in both countries. And just now, we have witnessed the future relationship between the 2 countries take shape before our eyes through the exchange of 11 investment agreements between both sides. And now, we are about to welcome His Excellency, the President of South Africa, to join us in this very hall. His entrance will be aired right on this screen in front of us the moment he arrives outside. So please stay tuned.
Wonder what it's like to fast forward to the future? A future where the heart of the world connects old global trade routes with new global cities, where we fuel innovation to generate tomorrow's energy, where we disrupt old sectors to grow new ones, all while unleashing the potential of untapped opportunities, where reform is the norm, and where doing business gets easier and better by the day, even by the hour, where the young are empowered to compete like never before, and where Saudi Arabia is open to the world and for the world. We don't just look forward to the future, we're seizing it. Invest Saudi.
Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the Republic of South Africa, His Excellency Cyril Ramaphosa. Welcome, Your Excellency, to Saudi Arabia. Your Excellency, Mr. Cyril Ramaphosa, we are thrilled to have you here with us today. We say in Arabic, "Tawma nawarat," meaning your arrival has brightened our day. Your Excellency, Mr. Ramaphosa, we would like to play a short video for you highlighting the investment opportunities between the two countries. Please enjoy.
Imagine joint aspirations for our countries. South Africa, breathtaking, and offering wild landscapes and rich cultures. Saudi Arabia, opening infinite opportunities, moving forward in the realization of Vision 2030, combined with modernity and authenticity. Imagine shaping a common future. Together it has come true. The two nations meet in the quest for innovation and limitless success. We share our warm cultures, our authentic touristic destinations, while safeguarding our environments, all building happy and prosperous nations with the same inspiring goals. For better tomorrows.
Ladies and gentlemen, for a quick briefing remarks and to welcome His Excellency Mr. Ramaphosa, I would like to call back on stage His Excellency the Saudi Minister of Investment, Mr. Khalid Al-Faleh. Please join me on stage.
Thank you very much, Fatima, and Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah once again. Your Excellency Cyril Ramaphosa, it is an extreme delight, pleasure, and honor for me and my colleagues here from the Saudi side, both public and private sector, to be in this location with you, welcoming you on your second visit to Saudi Arabia. I had the honor and privilege of being also on the Saudi delegation that hosted you in 2018 when you had your first visit as a president. And I witnessed firsthand there and in many other occasions the strong bond that unites you and our leadership, especially His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, who holds you in the highest regard. So today, as you undertake this state visit, I think all of us friends of South Africa are exhilarated by the state visit and by your presence in the kingdom. I want to mention that there has been a lot of momentum created since that visit, and there have been a lot of partnerships and relationship between the business communities of both sides that have been unveiled over time, especially I'd like to say the last few weeks as we emerged post-COVID and took on added momentum in pursuing our respective strategies and programs to grow the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia under the Vision 2030 transformation, and of course, as you lead South Africa and its economic development. Your visit to the Kingdom, of course, comes on the footsteps of great leaders. Today in the morning, we recalled the visit of President Mandela in '94, right after he was elected as the first president of the new South Africa post-apartheid, and how the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia was one of the early countries to recognize the new South Africa and to open an embassy in Pretoria. I'd like to pay special recognition to two colleagues of mine who have really been doing the heavy lifting on the public sector side of leading our relationship. From South Africa, His Excellency Ibrahim Patel has been a force of nature. We can't keep up with him. He is focused, he is disciplined, he is articulate, and he's very much business-minded, and I think we've both enjoyed working with him and collaborating and finding common objectives and initiatives that would meet the goals you and His Royal Highness have set for us. He, of course, co-chairs the Intergovernmental Economic Commission with my dear colleague, His Excellency Bandar Al-Khrayef, our Minister of Industry and Mineral Resources. Just 2 weeks ago or less, they held the 9th round of the Intergovernmental Commission in Pretoria. And on the sidelines, they convened a business forum with about 100 companies from both sides that really laid the groundwork for what we are reaping today in terms of results and fruits in the much larger forum that is being held here in Jeddah. They also were able to get our two business associations to launch for the first time a Saudi-South African Business Council, which was signed and announced today just before you arrived. Also today, Your Excellency, there were 10 B2B business agreements that were inked and exchanged in front of the ministerial delegations from both sides on the various sectors of interest to you and of interest to us. And they value over $15 billion, building on what His Excellency Ibrahim Patel and I recognized as decent, strong, and increasing business relationships, but way below the objectives you have set for us. And we both said in our remarks to the participants that the two countries and the two-country relationship is in essence punching way below our weight, and we want to increase that significantly with the support that you and His Royal Highness the Crown Prince are already given to us and you will continue to give to us. I will also mention without elaboration that as we examined sectors of the economy in Saudi Arabia and South Africa, we failed to find any that didn't provide opportunities for co-investment and trade and technical exchange. Having said that, I would say that some really stood out as ones that would significantly move the needle for both countries and for third countries that the two of us could be doing business and will be doing business and are already doing business together. First and foremost, energy, of course, is paramount. It's always been, but it's especially important today as the world faces an energy challenge that has started already with the energy transition and decarbonization, but has been, of course, accelerated and brought to light with the unfortunate events in Europe with the Russia-Ukraine war. We already have strong investments in South Africa with Aqua Power having significant investments there. I think they are the largest FDI investor in renewables. But what we found out, Mr. President, is that the appetite by Saudi companies, not just Aqua Power, is really unlimited to invest in this sector. We have Aramco in the room, and you will be meeting with them tomorrow. But energy in Saudi Arabia is no longer limited to Aramco. In fact, the theme of Saudi energy ambitions today is all about renewables. And it's also extending strongly into green hydrogen, where the kingdom today is the leading investor here in the kingdom. And there is a project already being advanced to invest at scale in South Africa in green hydrogen. And this green hydrogen is going to extend and spill over into other sectors. So the second sector that I think jumps out at us every time we talk about relationship between South Africa and Saudi Arabia is mining. We recognize the leadership you have been able to achieve in the mining sector, not just in production and export and its contribution to your economy, but I think more importantly in the technical excellence and the companies and organizations that are globally leading coming out of South Africa. Many of the MOUs signed today were in the area of geologic technical exchange, but also in mining itself, where Saudi Arabia has tremendous potential, South Africa has tremendous potential. The energy transition I talked about earlier is going to lead to huge demand, not only for copper, which is going to be the metal of the future, but also of electric vehicle battery, where His Excellency Ibrahim Patel and I talked about a strategic cooperation between our two countries and our two private sectors to occupy our rightful place in the EV battery space. Food and agriculture, I think, is a no-brainer, to say the least. Both of our countries have needs and ambitions in that sector, and we've initiated discussions, and there are serious Saudi investors that want to participate in South Africa in land development and exporting from South Africa, as well as evolving the needs of your own population, not just in agriculture, but meat, red meat, poultry, fisheries, aquaculture, where the kingdom is exporting to South Africa today. We would love for South Africa to also use some of the technology and expertise we've acquired there, and this was discussed in one of the panels, and become also a major provider for the world of fisheries from aquaculture. I think the one sector that excited everyone and that we associate strongly with South Africa, Mr. President, is tourism. The kingdom is starting from a low position, but we have huge ambitions. South Africa is already a leader. You have companies there in the areas of hospitality, food and beverage, and ecotourism, where my colleague, His Excellency Ahmed Al-Khatib, sitting next to you, is passionate about. And the kingdom, under the guidance of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, is setting the global agenda in terms of ecotourism and sustainable tourism, which is really necessary for a country that relies on it so much like South Africa, for us to work together and set that agenda together and collaborate. And it is obviously profitable for business, who always want to make sure that profitability is achieved, but equally important is a big provider for jobs, so much needed in South Africa and so much needed right here in Saudi Arabia. We went beyond the conceptual, Mr. President. We dug deep into defining opportunities, and there were presentations. We have over 100 individual B2B meetings scheduled in a different space all day today, and more will come tomorrow. As we undertake this objective of creating tens of billions of bidirectional flow of investment between South Africa and Saudi Arabia, we in government, your team and myself and my colleagues, the team of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, are committing ourselves to the business community who are listening to me, and they will be listening to you very shortly, to provide them all of the support. So tonight, there will be a signing of an investment facilitation agreement. There will be a signing of an agreement between our entities dealing with special economic zone. Logistics is a challenge, Mr. President. Some of your delegation were delayed arriving because there are no direct flights. I feel embarrassed that that's the case. So as we leave and as we undertake this visit, we're committing to make the travel between Saudi Arabia and South Africa some of the easiest to undertake, just like we have made visas very easy for both sides. So we need to facilitate investment, provide the right protections on both sides. We need to facilitate logistics, air and marine transport to get the goods and services and people flowing freely. The third element is finance. We need to make sure we support both commercial banking finance as well as governmental concessionary finance to help the projects going both sides, and we have the full support and direction by our leaders on the Saudi side to do this, and I'm confident we'll hear from you that you will do that. So in closing, we're excited to hear from you directly, Mr. President, but I think beyond this room, the people of Saudi Arabia are thrilled to have you amongst us over the next couple of days on this official visit, which we hope will propel the relationship between Saudi Arabia and South Africa to the destination you and our leaders want it to be, being very strong, very strategic, and one of the strongest South-to-South bonds that exist on this planet. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency. I would like to call on stage His Excellency Ibrahim Patil, Minister of Trade, Industry and Competition.
His Excellency President Cyril Matamela Ramaphosa, Ministers from Saudi Arabia, Ministers from South Africa, business delegates from both countries, ladies and gentlemen. I think really in introducing the session that took place earlier, Mr. President, I can do no better than to say that my dear friend and colleague, Minister Khalid Al-Falih, has acted as, let's call it, the joint shop steward for both countries. Mr. President, we've had this large delegation of business people, and they've had two sessions. They've had the formal session, PowerPoints, discussions, engagements, and they've had the informal sessions, slipping away over coffee to go and talk about the deal. Last night in the old town of Jeddah, they were talking excitedly at their tables, and every so now and then, two of them would waltz over to where we were sitting and tell us about the opportunity. And what it demonstrated is the sense of enormous opportunity in this relationship. That what we've done so far is to scratch the surface. That there's much more that can be done. And so, Mr. President, we've had 4 panels meeting today, and those panels have had representatives of both business communities. And if I had to think of a set of overarching things that have come out of it, they're exactly the things, Excellency, that you have said we need to do. They're about markets, and we've had lots of discussion about the consumer potential, both in the Saudi market and in the South African market. We've had talks about capital markets, that there are enormous resources that's available in Saudi Arabia for investment elsewhere. But there's also a flow of South African capital to Saudi Arabia. And then we've talked about gateways, that both countries represent gateways. Saudi Arabia to the Middle East, South Africa to Sub-Saharan Africa, indeed to the African continent more generally. And then markets need technology. So a lot of the discussion in each of these groups was about how to utilize the technological know-how and opportunities. So, President, what those business community representatives did earlier today is take your concept of a reimagined industrial strategy and give effect to it. Ladies and gentlemen, particularly business leaders from Saudi Arabia, President Ramaphosa has really worked hard to get us to focus on an African continental free trade area, to unlock the vast potential of the African continent, to take a continent and ensure that we inject greater vigor to it. So it is my pleasure then, on behalf of the South African government delegation, to say, Mr. President, welcome to Jeddah, and to invite His Excellency President Cyril Matamela Ramaphosa to address us, and I ask you to join me in welcoming His Excellency.
Thank you. Let's be seated, please. Program Director, Minister Khalid Al-Fali, Minister of Investment of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, Minister Ibrahim Patel, Minister of Trade and Industry of South Africa, ministers from Saudi Arabia and South Africa, and business leaders from both countries. It's a wonderful joy to see so many of you gathered here, and indeed many other friends who are also here, and ladies and gentlemen. Allow me to voice my appreciation to the wonderful relationship that has evolved between our two countries, and particularly to thank His Majesty, the King, and His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince, with whom we have developed a really warm and close relationship that has formed the foundation of this growing partnership between our two countries, and also a warm relationship between our various ministers who have joined in to really ensure that this relationship is the type that bears enormous fruits for both countries. I do feel rather fortunate to have been able to join this concluding a business-to-business engagement between the private sectors of our two countries, and to have also had the wonderful progress that has been made in discussions between various private sector players from our two ministers.
We have here this afternoon many Saudi firms and a delegation of some 100 South African business people representing multiple sectors of our national economy. Back home last week, South Africa hosted a Saudi government and business delegation in Pretoria. We also successfully launched the Saudi-South African Business Council, and our two ministers held the 9th session of the Joint Economic Commission. Now, these are milestones which may not mean much to many people, but they certainly mean a great deal to us as the two countries. I'm encouraged by the very positive feedback we received from these events, the warmth in business relationship, and the great appetite by the private sector from both countries for deeper partnerships. And they have lived up to the adage that you move from contact to contract. And we have seen this even as Minister Patel was describing, as the interaction between various business players on both sides have been demonstrating. Trade between our two countries already totals $5 billion US, and we think we can increase it much further in the next few years. In fact, it is our dream and ambition that we should see this number scaling much higher. South Africa stands particularly ready to increase the overall export of a basket of goods with Saudi Arabia to bring together the balance to the trade account. The current flows of investment between our two countries are very promising indeed. One such company, and it's Aqua Power from Saudi Arabia, is active in the renewable energy space in our country, one of the catalytic sectors for South Africa. South Africa has what I would call unparalleled opportunities that await investors with the financial capability and a great business appetite. Just as Saudi Arabia is positioned as the gateway to the Middle East and to the region, South Africa is the gateway to a dynamic continent with great prospects. Africa is growing its output quite rapidly and is urbanizing and has a young population. We already know that Saudi business sees itself as being part of Africa's success story. You have an opportunity here today to develop the relationships that can improve two-way capital flows between Saudi Arabia, this region broadly, and South Africa and Africa more broadly as well. Our country, South Africa, is a leading mining economy, and mining has been an integral part of our economic history for over centuries. And it's pleasing to hear that your future beyond 2030 also involves mining. Local and international companies are active across many different value chains, from iron ore to platinum, palladium, gold, diamonds, coal, chromium, and many other minerals. If it could be said that oil is the lifeblood of the Saudi economy, such is mining to South African economy as well. We have the mineral resources, but also the capability, the capacity, and above all, the solid experience. Saudi Arabia is interested in developing its own substantial mining resources, as we've heard, and we look forward to engagement between our two respective countries where we can benefit each other on a mutual basis. We can offer expertise in mining services, in technologies, and in a range of equipment and components manufacturing that are used in the mining industry. There are many opportunities as well for joint venture partnerships. South Africa leads the way on the continent in terms of advanced manufacturing. We're the most industrialized country on the African continent. We also lead in science and technology that drives the export of our goods and services. Our firms can benefit from sharing ideas, they can benefit from sharing technologies and market knowledge in fields as diverse as green hydrogen, as has already been mentioned, petrochemicals, pharmaceutical products, and many others. South Africa is a favorable, reliable, and stable place to conduct business. We have a very sophisticated financial service sector, and we are Africa's deepest capital market, with a robust and strong rule of law, as well as the protection of contracts and property rights. I want to call on Saudi business to be part of the renewed momentum of international investors that are now coming to South Africa. Through a targeted outreach to global and local businesses, we have so far attracted investment commitments to the value of approximately $70 billion, and this number is growing. We targeted $100 billion in a 5-year period, and we are going to far exceed that. Over the past 2 months, I have been at the launch of new investments across South Africa in a wide range of fields such as automotive, manufacturing, the green economy, packaging, and many others. This positive investor sentiment in South Africa is in part owing to the process of ongoing regulatory and legislative reforms that we have embarked upon, that we are also driving to make our economy more competitive, to attract more investments, and to create more jobs so that we can address the various challenges that our country faces at present, which is poverty, inequality, and unemployment. These far-reaching reforms we have embarked on are taking place in sectors such as energy, transportation, telecommunications, water, rail, our ports, and across network industries. And we have here in our delegation ministers who are dedicated in driving these reforms in these various sectors. Next year, I will host the 5th South African Investment Conference that will take place in the first quarter of the year, and I want to use this opportunity to extend an invitation to the Saudi business community to join us, to be part of this massive drive of bringing investments to South Africa. And it's not just merely to bring investments, but to showcase various opportunities that the business community can be exposed to, sectors where they can make good money. Several of the world's leading multinational corporations do have a footprint in South Africa, and our own companies are active in a number of global markets. This is as suppliers of food, cars, chemicals, precious metals, and many others. By equal measure, Saudi companies have access to capital, to know-how, and to various markets around the world. there are many opportunities for joint ventures and industrial partnerships between businesses on both our country's side, so as to foster greater growth and investment. For example, we can do partnerships in agro-processing, in fertilizer production, in chemicals. We can supply a wider range of various products to Saudi markets as well. South Africa's services sectors and professional skills are highly regarded across the Middle East. Our engineers, our doctors, and teachers have already made a huge mark here. We also have filmmakers, entertainment entrepreneurs, bankers, insurance firms, tourism companies, information and communication technology businesses who are also very ready to come here. And as you say, tourism is another huge sector. And I should also say that it's embarrassing that we do not have a direct flight from South Africa to Saudi Arabia. And with both of us being embarrassed, I think it creates a great opportunity to ensure that we do ensure that we connect the two countries. We also have pilots from South Africa who often come here. So I hope you're not applauding to the embarrassment. But this creates a great opportunity. Out of failure and embarrassment sometimes arises great opportunities, and this embarrassment is creating this great opportunity for the two countries to be connected. So we are indeed a leading tourism destination, including for visitors from Saudi Arabia and the Gulf. Our wildlife tourism is a particular drawcard for tourists from the region. Beyond the need to facilitate greater tourism between our two countries, there are many investment opportunities for Saudi businesses also in the tourism sector. Again, as I said, in wildlife tourism, such as things like game ranching and many others. And of course, linked to this whole process are the other reforms that will bolster and continue to bolster our tourism industry, and to ensure that as we grow our own tourism industry, we deepen and extend security to make sure that there's adequate security that can make our country even much more attractive. And last but not certainly the least, South Africa is blessed with vast tracts of arable land, one of the world's longest coastlines, and an average of 2,500 hours of sun every year. You have great abundance of sun, but so do we, even though in limited measures compared to yourself. Of course, the latter is no comparison to yours, but this abundant natural resource and the temperate climate is a firm basis for investment in agriculture as well as renewable energy. Given all that South Africa has to offer and all that Saudi Arabia has to offer the South African investor, the themes you have chosen are quite appropriate. Firstly, mining and industry, which includes, of course, health products, chemicals, steel, automobiles, as well as others. Secondly, agriculture and food processing, which, as we've come to know, is also very important not only for the peoples of the world, but also in this region. Thirdly, tourism, hospitality, which can include services as well, and indeed many services. Finally, energy and renewables. I look particularly forward to welcoming more of your renewable energy firms and technologies to enter our market. We hope to see you partnering with South African firms as we increase our renewable energy generation footprint and manufacture green energy components. And we are particularly pleased that Saudi Arabia is well steeped in the field of renewable energy and broad energy indeed. An area of potential synergies I want to particularly refer to is the green hydrogen economy. We have all been following with great interest the ambitious and spectacular NEOM project on the Red Sea coast. With plans to source 100% of NEOM's energy from renewable sources, including hydrogen-based power, Saudi investors will find substantial opportunities to leverage in South Africa in this regard. Similarly, there are opportunities for South African business to leverage at NEOM as well. We are the world's largest producer of platinum, a key input in hydrogen fuel cell technology. Our ambitious plans to unlock the potential of the green hydrogen economy include developing a hydrogen valley that stretches from the platinum belt in our country through the country's industrial heartland. A number of multinational investors like Anglo American Platinum have already begun leveraging these opportunities. Saudi investment across the value chain of the green hydrogen economy will not just support South Africa's economic goals, but those of Saudi Arabia as well in its ongoing drive towards sustainability. I've taken note of the reports received about your discussions this morning, and I've also heard as I came in how these discussions have been going. And I take great heart from the progress that has been made, particularly in the identification of the great opportunities between our two countries. I'm told that here in Jeddah, business does not stop at 6 p.m. on a Saturday night, so I have no doubt these discussions will continue, not just this afternoon, but well into the evening as well. Fueled, of course, by the legendary cups of fragrant Saudi coffee that I've been lucky to sample since I arrived. We also welcome the joint ventures noted in the reports received and about various agreements being concluded between private sector firms. The Business Council will need to maintain this great momentum that has been built, and so that it can solidify the economic relationship. When I was last year in 2018, we were essentially laying a foundation and digging the trenches. But during this visit, we are actually consolidating and solidifying that foundation. And this great building that we are constructing of economic development between our two countries is now going up. Saudi Arabia is a large consumer and capital market. It is also a country infused with foresight and great vision, and Vision 2030 being the roadmap for the kingdom's economic diversification. I welcome, therefore, the opportunity to work with all of you and the work that you have already done, and the work that you have already done lays the basis for these opportunities, not only to be explored, but to explode. Later today, I'll be meeting the delegation led by His Royal Highness the Crown Prince and a number of other government officials. Our ministers and senior officials will be signing several agreements that will solidify and consolidate the economic and broader relationship that has evolved between our two countries since 1994 when the founding father of our democracy, Nelson Mandela, came here. There will also be agreements to facilitate new investment, which means that we are now beginning the process of consolidating what we spoke about in 2018. And I call on the two business communities to seriously seize the opportunity with both hands and to build on the solid relationship that exists between our two governments. Once more, I'd like to thank you for receiving me and giving me this opportunity, an opportunity that I've taken to really recognize and appreciate the progress that has been made in your deliberations, and I thank you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for your kind words. Indeed, a bright and prosperous future ahead in the bilateral relationships between the two countries. I would like to now invite you to a lunch with their excellencies to enjoy some traditional Saudi food. Thank you for joining us today. Ladies and gentlemen, please give their excellencies a chance to exit, and then you may follow and enjoy lunch and networking as well. On the first floor, in the Al-Az Hall number 2, there will be B2B and G2B meetings held after lunch right above us on the first floor. Thank you everyone for joining us today. Have a lovely day. you.